Hello there, and welcome back to Tales on Tap, a place where good friends get together and share stories about meadows and rivers and nothing bad happening in either. I hope that you're all well. Thank you so much for everyone for tuning in this evening. Before we kick into tonight's session, a few announcements, but let's say hello to everyone else's faces. Hi guys, say hello to all the nice peoples.
Hi.
Hello.
Notice he didn't say boats there, which is worrying.
No, that's still to come. That's still to come.
I love the timing. Just as you catch me drinking, you start saying, let's say hello to everybody else. I'm like, shit.
The waiter comes round while you're eating. You're like,
Right. So before we get into tonight's session, a couple of announcements just to kind of tie things up. If you haven't already, make sure you check out all our social medias. That's YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. We're on all of them posting. Go and check those out. All the clips from last week's session are all going to get uploaded this week, so make sure you check those out on the social media side of things. We are running a giveaway. I don't know where the segue was. My brain just didn't work. It was like
It happened. There was a full stop, then a paragraph, and
nothing, Dan. There's nothing else. Go. You just kept going. There's a giveaway, guys. All throughout December, we are running this giveaway to make sure that you guys win some fantastic D&D prizes. You can either subscribe to the Twitch account by clicking that little nice purple button down there on your screen, or
you get a free subscription with your Amazon Prime, if you didn't know that.
I don't know why I'm pointing that way. You're there on my screen. Yeah, or that. Or if you don't want to do either of those things, you can claim your channel reward points by just watching us avidly over the next few weeks. And your channel points will all accrue, and then boom, you'll have enough to just redeem those and get yourself an entry into the giveaway. There's amazing prizes. We've got some lovely dice. Let me hold these up. We've got some lovely dice. We've got some more dice. I don't know if you can see these ones. We've got lots of little things. So the dice trays. There is a custom art commission that we're going to be giving away as part of this giveaway. All the prizes and all the prize draws will be done on December 27th, when we will be doing our Christmas one-shot, still to be named and to be announced, because the DM for that hasn't thought of one.
It has an unofficial one.
Arthur!
Yeah.
Stop this, Arthur!
Oh no, Arthur, you carry on, man. This is gonna pay my way. This is paying our kids through college. This is fine. But on that day, on the 27th of December, if you don't subscribe and you don't enter that prize draw, don't worry. Come and watch the Christmas one shot on the 27th of December, because there will be live giveaways throughout that session anyway. We're going to be getting you guys involved through
just
the
like
session.
real Christmas.
Like real Christmas. Like real prizes for real people. For you guys. What else do I need to do? Oh, the emote. Guys, big thing. Big thing. The chunky crit emote, which I'm now clicking furiously.
Okay, great!
Spam it.
It has now been authorized, so when these guys get in combat and do really, really cool fucking things, you guys can get involved and hit that chunky crit thing and spam it all through and get the hype into the chat. We want to get you guys as involved in these sessions as we are. So yeah, make sure you spam that whenever there's a chunky crit moment. And also when there's an epic fail one, that emote is currently being worked on.
Whenever I have a turn.
Yeah.
Emote pending.
Hannah, shameless promotion. Go.
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay, we'll do this again. If you're interested in the art that you are seeing in the little character reel thing, that is by myself. So if you want to head over to hdunks_art on Instagram and drop me a message, I will hopefully find a commission slot and can book you in.
It's so good.
So shameless.
So
shameless. But the artwork's amazing.
The art is so good.
It is so good. So yeah, make sure you guys get over there. Cool. I think that about wraps up all the announcements, unless anybody else has got anything they need to announce. Excellent news. Well, before we get into tonight's session, I want everyone, apart from Hannah, to roll me a d20, please. The lowest number on your out of the lot of you will be recapping for our lovely viewership next week.
Jesus, that was a very impassioned roll.
Okay, cool.
I'm gonna call it.
Okay.
I got a nat 1.
Cool. Anyone else getting that one?
No.
Very, very well. I mean, it's very nice of you to have volunteered that, Natalie. So, could you take notes throughout tonight? Because Feathers will be doing the recap next week.
Will do.
And I think that about wraps it up, guys. So, without further ado, get yourselves comfortable, sit back, relax as we get into tonight's episode of Tales on Tap. Hannah went into like a massive raging coughing fit then, like as that trailer kicked in. That was weird. So, if you wouldn't mind, I would like, Ash, because you rolled last week, I need you to do me a really, really big favor. And if you could please recap for us what happened last week.
Okay. So, okay, so lots has happened since I last did one of these. I think most of it's been filled in, but basically, we made it out of Outerell. We used the sewer network spanning out the Narrows. Turns out, it leads completely out of the city. Pretty convenient, really. We didn't manage to get Brachus, he got away, and we didn't secure the papers we need to join the caravan in Baldur's Gate. So that's yet another problem to add to our growing list. Plus, the entire populace of the Narrows also had to evacuate and find a new home, Eros and Quinn included. Safe to say, it's not been the most successful of missions so far. However, Sen did get an offer to join the Gauntlet. So, he's gone now. I'm happy for him, I really am, but the atmosphere now is more solemn. I don't think Jove's taking it particularly well. I hope our paths cross again soon, though, and I told him to tell Phalanx to go fuck himself if he crossed his path, so there's that, I suppose. But yeah, anyways, we managed to make it out of the city, reconvening with the Shadowbacks a little ways down the road. That kid, Scarab, was there, the one who helped us navigate through the tunnels. I think they could make a good rogue out of him yet. Just need to tone down that hubris of his. But he's a kid. Gotta let him enjoy his youth while he can. I made the excuse of going off and occupying Scarab while Clovis had a chance to catch up and say his goodbyes to Quinn. It's odd, I know I don't know this guy that well, but the whole thing with Quinn seems to have changed him. I think he's so used to having himself to rely on and worry about that having someone else in the mix has jolted him a bit. It's fair though, I'm going through similar with these guys, finding myself caring for their safety. Oh, also, my arm! So, it's now charred to shit, and I don't know why, but I can feel it again, so there's that. But I've also spotted a new tattoo. It just kind of appeared. 3 lightning bolts on my right arm. I don't even know where to start with figuring this shit out. Maybe that headdress I found at Shithead's place might be a good place. Anyways, we continue down the path after having rested, Feathers killing birds in the sky and dropping them at Bamp's feet. Pretty sure that's some form of cannibalism, not gonna lie. Jove, stoic and determined up front, Clovis talking about plans in the back, when we spot a figure in the distance on the otherwise barren road. I said we should act natural, which, looking back, I don't know if any of us actually know how to do. But Feathers went to scout ahead and clocked a pale-looking man with black hair, a white streak running through it. As we got closer, though, he locked eyes with me. Wouldn't stop staring. I was panicked, thinking this was some form of fling I didn't remember, or even part of the Master's network coming to catch up with me. He introduced himself as Michael, said he'd no memory of anything before 4 years ago, except for me. He remembered me picking him up off the ground, and he's been searching for me since. He also said that a voice had told him to go and find the Fallen. I got Clovis to mirror Bahamut's voice, and sure enough, the dragon god himself had set this strange man on a path to find us. I don't know. I don't understand how he knows me, and I have no memory of him. I'm trying to figure out when this would have been, but time has always been fuzzy to me. I don't know where I would have been. At the monastery? Before? After? I should probably track the seasons better, but when you're living day by day, it just kind of blends into one. The guys were extremely hesitant and cautious, understandably so, about what this guy was saying. I think they were worried it was one of the figures who attacked me, but There was no glowing red eyes, no ring. I don't know. I just had a strong feeling it wasn't him. Jove, in particular, was especially protective, not wanting him left in my company. It's sweet, really, but I can handle myself. I always have. Just as we were trying to figure out why this man was sent to us and whether there was any chance of us helping, Feathers heard something in the distance. On guard, I dashed ahead, keeping as well hidden as possible, only for Michael and Jove to follow me through the trees. Or the tweez.
Please.
Tweez. Through the clearing by the river.
Never gonna live that down.
This weird, shambling, tendril-ridden creature with a purple tiefling caught in its grasp. Instincts took over, and I went to go help. I tried to go help. Listen, I don't want to talk about it. I fucked up, and now apathy is broken, and I've now had the pleasure of being swallowed by some weird river monster. Can't say that was on my bucket list, but life has a way of fucking with you. Anyway, new guy kept saying he got this, and yeah, okay, maybe he did. I was inside this thing, and I saw the edge of a serrated blade pierce through, and within an instant, this thing was dead, and Michael was helping me out. But when I grabbed his hand, I heard thunder, but there wasn't a cloud in the sky. I don't understand what this weird connection is between the two of us. It doesn't make any sense, and I hate things not making sense, and there's a lot of that going around lately. I told Jove, and he asked me if hearing thunder when I touched people was a regular thing, and obviously I couldn't resist making a snarky comment, but then again, that's just what I do. Lean into innuendo to distract myself from how absolutely out of my depth I feel. Clovis and Feathers seemed impressed by this individual we'd come across, Azrael, a follower of Bahamut. I missed a lot of the conversation, to be honest, had a lot of water and gunk in my ears at the time, but before I knew it, I was being asked to summon this weird folding boat to take us up the river and make our way to Baldur's Gate. And that's where we are now. Jove is still being very protective, hesitant that we're picking up strangers. I'm with him there, to be honest, but I'm too curious to say something against them coming with us. I've always hated the idea of fate, but our paths crossed with these folks for a reason. We just got to figure out why.
Bravo! Very good. So,
Smashed it.
it is around midday. You guys board the makeshift barge that you've miraculously pulled from one of your bags and boarded the boat, and at the helm, Azrael starts and sets sail. Oh, I've clicked the wrong one. That's the one. Sorry about that. And you all start setting off down the river, western. As we pick up tonight's session, we pick up where we left off. With you, Feathers.
Oh, shit.
Oh yeah, shit.
Oh, yeah.
And as you stand somewhat towards the helm of the boat, as you were taking it for a moment while Azrael steps into the middle of the boat while Clovis is performing some form of ritual spell, you hear in your head, "Don't trust them, Feathers. Any of them."
The new ones, or all of them?
All of them, Feathers. I have a very strange feeling that they're all out to get you. Don't worry. You have me. I will protect you. Just watch yourself. Something seems a bit off.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I think we need a plan. We need a plan to get you out of here, and quickly. Save your skin.
I mean, can I look at everybody else to see if I notice anything different?
Sure. Make me a perception check and an insight check, please.
Okay. That's an 8 for perception plus stuff. Ah. Sorry. Plus 3, so that's 11 for perception.
Okay.
And 5 plus 0 for insight, so 5 for insight.
Okay. You kind of take a moment to take stock of your surroundings, and also you make a quick scan around each of your traveling companions, as well as the two newcomers to this group. Nobody particular is paying you any attention. Nobody is looking in your direction. You look, and Michael, Azriel, and Clovis are at the brink of performing this spell, and Ash and Jove's sitting at one side of the boat with this horse lay next to him with the horse's head in his lap, and Ash seems to be kind of keeping herself to herself at the moment, just at the front of the boat, and nobody seems to be paying you any attention whatsoever. It strikes you as a little odd that this is happening and that this is being mentioned.
Okay. Why do you think that? Why do you think that?
You have to trust me, Feathers. Do you trust me? Have I steered you wrong before?
No.
Right. And I think we wait till night, until the shadows fall, and we make a run for it. Just you and I.
Oh, I don't know about this. I mean, I do trust you, and I don't mean to insult you by saying that, but I don't know about going on my own. I don't.
Oh, you won't be on your own, dear? Far from it. I will be with you, and I will take very good care of us. Trust me. It's for the best.
Okay.
Okay. Don't worry. I'll let you know when, and we'll make a break for it. Best to let them all go to sleep. We'll go at the cover of dark.
Are you sure about this?
Oh, I'm very sure. As I said, have I steered you wrong thus far? Now,
No.
Feathers, understandably, you and I haven't seen eye to eye at all points, but I think you're starting to understand my point of view and where my allegiance lies. My allegiance lies with you, and yours with me. You have to trust me now. It's for the best. You don't even know them that well. Who are they to you? Let's leave them behind, and let's go out on our own. Since you've met them, you've died nearly 3 or 4 times, and with me, not once.
That is true.
This is just a matter of self-preservation. But let's leave, please.
Where? Where do you want to go?
Well, that's the beauty of it, wherever we like. Is there anywhere that you want to go?
No, not really. I mean, I was kind of looking forward to going back to Baldur's Gate, but...
Oh, it's a horrible place. That's where we met, you and I. Terrible, terrible place. I was only there for a short time, and it's just positively ghastly.
Okay.
Let's do it. Let's set out this evening, you and I, and let's make our own way.
Okay.
Okay. And I must warn you, they aren't to know, Feathers. If they know of our plan, they will try their best to stop you. They need you. I can't quite put my finger on why, but They're using you for something.
But if they need me, should I really be leaving them?
I don't think they need you in that respect, Feathers. I think they're keeping you around because one of these days you may be sacrificed or offered up as a bargaining chip or... I mean, they don't really care about you. I can see it in their eyes.
Maybe you can see more than I do. Okay. Okay, I will... There is a crow's nest to this ship, right?
No, it's a riverboat.
Oh, it's a riverboat.
Yeah,
I
it's
thought
a
I heard
riverboat.
mast.
There's a mast.
Oh, is
I don't
there a
think
mast?
There's a mast. I don't know if
Yeah.
there's an
You can
actual crow's
perch. You
nest
can
on
perch
it.
atop the mast.
Yeah, you can perch on top of the mast. I thought it was like... Oh,
could
no,
build a
no.
nest.
I was thinking of the smaller size. Yeah.
I've got the big one.
The bigger... Yeah, fine.
Not the
Okay.
bucket.
Well, then I will perch atop the net, the
Okay,
the
so
mast.
you're just leaving it to steer itself and just flying up.
Yeah, they've got this. That's fine. They've got this.
Okay.
I am distressed.
Okay. Do you fly
I will
up?
say, on the way past, one of you might want to grab that.
Okay, as you fly up to the top of the mast and perch yourself there. In the meantime, Clovis, you grab Michael and Azrael's hand and your staff twirls out in front of you and goes stationary upright as you cast Bahamut's blessing.
Yes, and I try and give the bonuses
Mhm.
to the two new people.
Okay, which bonuses are you giving them?
Well, so I need to. So I've got to choose the damage resistance, or do you just want me to go through all of it? Because I think this is the first time that we've done this, right?
It is.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that then. So I'm attempting to bolster their toughness and resolve by giving them 10 extra hit points, which is an increase to their maximum, not temporary hit points.
Yep.
And also give them resistance to a damage of my choice.
Yep.
Which I will determine shortly. And the AC thing doesn't come from this spell, does it? It comes from...
No, that's being
Yes.
touched by Bahamut.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. So I will do, because of what we just experienced, acid resistance, if that's possible.
Okay. You cast the spell.
Yep. Them two and me.
Yep. You instantly feel the rejuvenation of the 10 additional hit points, and you feel that rejuvenation to yourself, and it cues that in your mind you know that the spell has been cast and it's worked.
Mm-hmm.
Azrael, you also gain the additional hit points,
Okay.
being a follower of the Platinum Dragon. Michael, you also get the hit points and the additional boons of Bahamut's blessing.
Nice.
The spell seems to take place, Clovis, and it
Okay.
seems to hold.
And you sort of see Clovis kind of, his chest puff out a little bit less from the strain of it, and kind of opens his eyes.
Okay, that
Turns,
felt weird.
and he looks at both Michael and Azrael. And on the setup of this boat, who else is witnessing this? Who else is watching?
Jove,
I'm off to the side, like near
Yeah.
the front of the boat, kind of keeping an eye out on what's going on.
yeah, and Jove will be sat a few feet away from you to one side of the ship, the boat.
Okay.
I'm with the horse.
So I will turn to Jove immediately, and I'll give him a slow nod.
Did we notice Feathers has just left the helm completely unattended?
I did shout on the way past.
She shouted.
If it's at this point where she's effed off, I will go to the helm.
Okay.
And just be like,
What do I do?
Just so I know, are you proficient in
fuck.
No? Good to know. Okay. No problem.
I mean, neither was feathers.
I can paint.
So it is. So the ship is moving. Neither is feathers, but feathers, you were kind of there for a few moments as the thing started to set off. It is in full motion now, Ash. So I'm going to need to know what you're doing about this. Get and just stand there and hold the wheel. Are you turning it? Are you
she's not hugely smart, but she's also not dumb. Like, she's gonna try and steer it with, like, she's gone like kayaking and stuff before, so she knows what like the movement of water and stuff does, but she's never been on like a big
fluid
boat.
dynamics is.
She knows fluid dynamics. She's gonna try and steer.
Okay.
So we don't crash.
Did you say that she's gone kayaking?
Yes.
The complete
Kayaking
opposite steering system than from the sailboat.
Yeah.
You literally pull right to go left.
Okay.
Yeah, so she may end up doing that, but you know.
Okay, cool. Good to know.
At monk camp.
Good to know that our non-seafaring... Yeah, good to know that our non-seafaring Ashar is at the helm. Cool. So, Clovis, you look to Jove.
Yeah, and I just give him a nod of acknowledgement, as if like it worked, because I assumed he knew what I was doing, having seen this a couple of times before. And I'll just say, well, that's good enough for me, gentlemen.
Out of interest, DM.
Ship noises.
From Clovis and oh god, Steve, help me. What's your character's name?
Azrael.
Azrael.
Scream.
It's very nonsense.
Yeah, well, I can only see the 4 people at the time. No, but from their perspective, does Michael look any healthier, like less sallow in his skin, or like?
On the back of that, just after Clovis casts this spell, I would like to use Divine Sense, because I still don't trust him.
Don't trust Clovis?
I also don't trust Jove.
Okay.
Because he's very...
Trusting the party.
Okay, well, let's do one at a time. So you cast that out, that's no problem. Michael, you don't feel any more rejuvenated physically. You just kind of feel like you've just been bolstered a little bit. Like you just feel a
weird little tingle
in my pep in your step more than anything. You've gained additional hit points. That hasn't changed or altered your physical being or appearance in any way.
Right.
Maybe we'll put music on because this
no,
in my head it's fucking me up.
I was getting super immersed. I was rocking and shit. Like, I can do that to this.
Yeah, good. So, you pump out your divine sense, Azrael. And you don't seem to sense any celestials, fiends, or undead. Or fae. Okay. It is fae as well.
No,
I think fae is included.
Just good and evil.
Yeah, it is. So it's just celestials, fiends, or undead, right?
Yeah.
You don't seem to
or
sense any of
anything
that.
affected by the Hallow spell.
Nope.
Okay.
From what I understand, that was a blessing that can only be bestowed on someone on the same path as us, or at least blessed by the same deity. I hope that lends some credence to our story as well.
Right, so not only have I heard the voice of this dragon god Bahamut, but I'm also been blessed by a god.
Now you have, but I'm not a god.
You've talked to Bahamut as well?
Not talked. I've heard a voice telling me to come find these folks?
So everyone on this boat has spoken in some capacity to Bahamut.
Indeed, all except your horse. I
No.
assume.
No, everyone on this boat.
Really?
I told you that was not a normal horse.
Well, certainly not. I mean, it did disappear and reappear with you on its back, so...
That
We have a
was
dog.
more
We have...
my doing, but if you want to believe the horse's magic, then
I'm looking forward to learning.
it's a more convenient way of travel.
Does a
Fair
horse
back.
get seasick?
My horse does not. It's very used to travelling on a boat.
Can I look at everyone else? Is anybody else feeling a little bit queasy? Like
Ash is looking a bit
like they're gonna
blue.
throw up?
yeah. As he says that, can I just kind of look up at the helm and see how Ash looks like she's getting on, and then just have a look at our heading?
You've never seen her look more tense in her life. She's like, not even looking back. Like, she was interested in what was going on, but now she's like, you know when you get in a car to learn for the first time and you're like, oh my god, this is a vehicle. I am responsible for a vehicle. Yeah.
Anyway, if you wish to return to your own methods, I feel perfectly comfortable with you doing so, though I would much rather have someone of your experience on the helm.
Yes, I would rather not end up a wreck.
I've got this!
Insight check.
I
You're
think it's
doing
quite obvious
wonderfully,
she
darling.
does not believe she's got this. I think it's obvious to everybody.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to roll an insight check. She positively is not exuding confidence in any way. It's more, I'm fine. You can see right through it. She's not fine. There's more an undertone of panic than anything else.
Is it really an undertone though?
No, not at all. It's not. Yeah, she's panicking a little bit, but she's okay.
I'm going to make sure we don't crash.
That would be nice.
That would be greatly appreciated. Is Feathers? How far away is Feathers?
I don't know
How
how
tall is
tall
the
the
mast?
master's. Probably like
It's like 20 feet.
20 feet. Yeah, I would say so.
Okay.
She is watching everyone, by the way. Like, this whole time she's been up there, she's like freaking out, and she is keeping a constant eye on everybody.
Okay.
As-
Anything on the horizon?
Trying to do it subtly. But yeah. Looking up for the first time out on downstream or upstream, wherever stream we're going. Do I see anything?
Make a perception check.
Natural 20? For a 20.
Hey.
20. Yeah, 20.
With that, you see the course, the boat or the ship seems to be on course down the river. You do seem to spot something in the water, but only for a split second. It looks like what appears to be the head of a rather large toad, kind of pop up, kind of look towards the boat, and then pop down again.
Well, when you say large toad, do you mean like extraordinary large toad, or just it's a large toad?
Its head is bigger than a toad's. It looks
It's not
like
sludge.
yeah.
large.
It's not massive, man, but it's big. It's like
Right.
Oh, okay.
It's not D&D large. It's
It's
big
still
enough to
small,
swallow
it's just
ash.
not-
regular world large toad.
Yeah, it's just not the same size as a regular frog. It's a big frog head that kind of like pops out, kind of like halfway, so its eyes just kind of come up, eyes kind of dart towards the boat, and then whoop, back down again.
For someone who doesn't like toads or frogs, you sure as hell use them a lot in your
That's what
game.
I was thinking.
Better the devil. It's better the devil you know.
There may be something in the water, but I think it's just a toad.
Didn't
Maybe?
we just cut an enormous, monstrous toad in half?
Not that. Just much smaller. I think.
On this mast, DM, is there, you know how on sort of old pirate ships, I'm just referencing movies, but you know how there's some, I don't know what it's called, but it's like a makeshift ladder thing.
Rigging.
A rigging, yeah. Is there
Also-
a rigging on this mast that so you can basically start to climb up there, or
No, it's a single. It's a single mast with a single sail. It's not. It doesn't require rigging. It's not tall enough for rigging.
Okay.
Just so that you know, for your own reference, rigging is essentially used on very large masts so that if there's a cross breeze, the mast doesn't tip to one way or another because it's battened down on either side and it's kind of like held on either side. So it's
all
sturdy.
right.
And then the rigging is then used to
Shit
go up.
knowledge, let's go.
Now you know some shit. Chat.
The more you know.
Just so you know. And
Obviously,
again,
I knew it already.
you typically find that on larger here we go. Here's my ship knowledge. On larger masts, there is no way to drop the sail down, and when you want to raise the sail, you have to go up the rigging and pull. You used to have to pull
Pull them up.
them and then tie them out. So that's why you need.
Sorry, we'll get one of those later.
Anyway, back to our regular scheduled broadcast. No, there isn't any of that on the ship.
Okay. So she's basically the only way to make it up there is because feathers can fly.
Exactly that.
She was fully aware of that when she flew up.
Very well, well, let us know if you spot anything.
I will be keeping my eye out.
Is the sail down at this
Yes.
point? Or are we just going with the current?
The sail is down. The sail is down, people.
Lower the sails!
I feel like if I could find some like copyright free sea shanties, I would definitely be playing them at this point.
I fucking love
Is there-
sea shanty.
Is there any interior to this ship, or is it just an open
No, it's
thing?
not.
No,
Is
there's
there?
a deck. There's a quarters beneath.
Oh, well, there you are. I don't know. I don't know the ins and outs of this magic item. I just gave it you like months and
Essentially,
months ago and forgot about it. So possibly.
From what I
Got
can
a couple of
gather, the big boat is a sloop.
It's
Does
a
that
sloop.
does that make sense to anyone?
Skiff.
Hmm.
No.
It is a skiff.
I
yeah.
don't have any
Okay.
ship knowledge at all.
Anyone plays
So-
CFDs?
Joe,
Yeah.
Okay.
what is Jove doing?
Well, I mean, he's viewed the blessing, which he's been a part of, obviously seen that it's in some form or other taken to him, mostly through Clovis's acknowledgement that he's felt it.
Yep.
Sort of giving the horse one sort of final pat to the head, he gently moves it to one side or just like slides out from under it so he's not disturbing, you know how you move away from an animal once it's fallen asleep, when you see them disturb it too much. And he sort of stands still with this very large scowl on his face, and heading towards the front of the ship as he walks past Clovis, he just sort of stops and says, "They may be on his side, doesn't mean they're on ours." And just carries on sort of walking slowly towards the front of the ship to have a look out the front.
Does he know that I can still hear him?
Yes.
I don't care.
Is he...
He doesn't really care, to be honest. Anyway, I think my usefulness here is done. I can not sail a ship, and what tests I wanted to perform, I have conducted. So, if you don't mind, I'm going to go and find somewhere to sit down.
Quick question.
I'll do. Go ahead.
And I'll change my language
Okay.
to Draconic.
Mhm.
How is it that I can understand? Like, we speak whatever this is. Obviously Draconic, but how is it that you speak? the same
How is it
language.
that how is it that you speak the same language?
My best friend and my only friend, Gorgon. I met him in Darkhold. He's Dragonborn. Apparently, you kill Dragonborns.
Not indiscriminately, but some have crossed our path.
I mean, bad people are bad people. So understandable. But how do you? You're Elven, half Elven.
Half Elven.
How do you?
Many people
Draconic?
speak many languages.
Where did you learn it? Did you study?
Funnily enough, no, I didn't.
Wow.
And I wish I could answer your question, but I don't have an answer for you.
Can I hear them from the top of the mast?
You're kind of looking out and stuff, but with that natural 20, you're being very perceptive of your surroundings at the moment. So I would say, yeah, they're not being particularly quiet.
Then I will shut down also in Draconic. I read it in a book.
See? People pick them up all over the place. Mine just came kind of naturally. Picked it up when I was young. It's not the only one I speak as well, I say in Infernal. I heard you earlier. Oh, wait. Am I getting that wrong?
That was Asriel.
Is that Asriel?
I was just looking at my languages. I was like,
Yeah, so it's Asriel that's
sorry,
Infernal.
sorry. And I'll go back to common. Now, if there's anything else either of you need.
Any advice, maybe?
With regards to what?
I mean, if I'm gonna be on a boat with you all,
I would avoid
I
that
should
one.
probably.
And
I think
yes.
I should probably talk to Joe. Maybe apologize for my behavior.
If you think that'll help, I shan't stop you.
Anything he likes, conversation topics that. Yeah.
No, neither of those things. There are things he likes, but those aren't
Right.
any. He appreciates straightforwardness, as you may have been able to ascertain.
Well, I try to be as straightforward as I can. Not much to go on, obviously, given my mind and all.
No, it's understandable and unfortunate, but
Oh,
time
thank
will
you.
tell.
Anyway,
No problem. It is fortunate that you were sent to us, I suppose.
oh, don't even get me started. I don't know what. It's not the weirdest thing that has happened over my years, but it sure makes that list.
I started out saying that, but this journey so far has been entirely unexpected and not always in a joyful way. We know not what we head towards. We know not where we'll end up or who we'll be facing. And when I say that, I don't just mean north, south, east, or west.
I mean, it can't get any worse for me. So,
I wouldn't have said that out loud personally, but sure, let's stick with that.
trust me. I've been through the worst you can imagine, and I'm somehow still standing.
I hope you won't take offence to my saying, but the last few days have been a little dreary, and for now I'd just quite like to relax on a boat and sail down the river.
Of course. Thank you for whatever that was earlier. Feel better. Am I?
I'm glad. And thank you, Michael. I'm going to head into the little bit, see what's in there.
Okay.
Is it empty?
No.
I haven't got anything planned.
Come on, DM. Let's improvise.
Go on. You must have a table for this or something.
I've got the.
Got a
I've got,
book.
hold on.
And Clovis goes back on his shit list.
And he's found it. If you don't actually have these guys, these are really cool. These are like magic item card things, which are really useful for DMs to have. Find them at all your good retailers. Does it? There's nothing on the card. Sure, let's go with.
So useful.
Well, we didn't get it new, so it was second hand.
As you go into the main hull of your boat, you find that it's not as well equipped as your traveling tent. So it doesn't have particular rooms or anything. There are a few bunk beds in there. You find that there's a table with a few chairs around it.
I'm looking to construct a very specific arrangement, and I think you know what that is.
Yeah. Let's say that there are enough sacks of insert like barley,
Stuff.
maize, wheat here. There's like enough of those for you to create the thing that you're looking to create, which is a chaise-longue.
A chaise-longue, yes, correct. I'm going to construct myself a chaise-longue.
Yeah. I'm
going to use whatever, if the bedding's not too natty or anything like that, I'm going to just slump some of that over there.
Yep.
And I'm just going to recline.
Okay. One thing that you do notice as you go in and you're looking around, on the two walls, well, there are four walls of it, but on two of the walls that are opposite, you see that the flag of Greenest is hung. The beautiful, like, sky blue kind of coloured banner that you'd seen hanging above the battlements of the Keep of Greenest. You have two of those on either wall.
Lovely. Okay, cool. Yeah, I will begin enjoying myself. not like that.
Cool. As we leave him doing that,
just relaxing. Just relaxing.
Okay. Are you doing anything while you're relaxing?
For now, no.
Okay.
No, I'm just gonna unwind a little bit.
Okay.
And I'll have a think about that.
Okay. I just didn't know if there was any particular thing that you wanted to look at or inspect or.
Oh yes.
Hinge, nudge, cuckoo.
There is. I'm going to take out the handkerchief that Quinn gave me.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to unwrap it and just have a look at the ring that's inside, I believe.
Okay. Are you proficient in Arcana?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I'd like you to make me an Arcana check, and this is going to take some time, but
yeah. Okay, not bad. 18.
Okay, that's very good. Not bad. That's very good. Okay, you take some time to kind of figure out what properties, what arcane properties this ring holds.
If it helps at all, I can cast Detect Magic, which would give me the School of Magic.
If you want to do that, that's fine. It'll quicken the process up a lot.
We got time. I'm fine. I'll just fiddle with it for now.
Of course. Enjoying yourselves and fiddling it. Right. As we move on swiftly, Azrael, you go up to the helm of the ship and you start to sail it. You are proficient in aquatic vehicles, I believe.
Oh, thank fuck.
Yeah.
Ashley.
But he doesn't take the wheel off Ash. He just sort of puts his hand on it. just corrects her a little bit away from the shore.
Oh, I don't want to be doing this!
I have a question for you.
I might have an answer.
I love that.
The big guy down there, Jove, I think his name was.
Jove, aye.
He seems to have a very obvious dislike to Michael and myself.
I wouldn't. That's just kind of his general disposition to new people. And we've been through a lot. Don't take it personally. He's just quite protective over the family he has.
What do you mean you've been through a lot?
I don't think
what's
I'm
your
quite
tale?
ready to go into that with you right now. I hardly know you.
Well, we have
Let's-
time.
Just say that your god has sent us on a path with a lot of perils.
Yes, Feathers mentioned you've spoken to Bahamut.
I can hardly believe it myself.
So it's true. You did speak to Bahamut.
He spoke at us. Some people responded with snide remarks. Honestly, it was my first day on the job, so I was a bit overwhelmed by the whole thing.
And where did you meet these people? You said you were new to the group.
You ask a lot of questions. Candlekeep, if you must know. We're looking for information. And that's all you're going to get from me at this point. You're going to have to earn my trust to know more, and it's quite difficult to come across.
How else do you earn trust but by saving your life?
I tried to save yours first. It just went wrong. I'm normally a lot better than that.
Well, by your remarks, should I have let you figure your own way out?
Would have got there. But I do appreciate it. That's not to say I don't appreciate it. I do. Thank you. But I'm just saying that I could have, if I had to, have got out there by myself, but I'm not unappreciative of your help.
You seem to be stumbling a bit over your
I
words.
don't do well with new people.
You see Azrael pull a flask off his hip, and he'll take a hit, and he'll look at it. This will help, and he hands the flask to Ash.
Okay.
Good point.
So, Ash, without questioning it, drinks from the flask.
I don't trust you. Ooh.
You found my weakness.
Could you describe what's in the flask, please?
It is
Goblin blood.
yeah.
There.
Go ahead. Describe what's in the flask,
It
please.
is very, very strong, pure rum.
Okay.
Nice.
Do you now have resistance to scurvy for the next 24 hours?
And that's why I keep it in a flask.
That's quite nice.
Not many people can enjoy it on their first taste.
Grow on to tolerance.
You are a curious one.
It's been said.
So this message that Bahamut gave you, what was it?
It's a kind of a bigger picture thing. I don't... Azrael, it was, right?
Yes, Azrael Astra.
Astra, nice to meet you. Ash, I think we went over that. Yes, I did. I did say hi. Sorry, I had a load of water in my ear and I couldn't hear anything.
Yes, I told you my name as I healed you.
Oh, that was you. Right. Okay. Thanks.
Yes, you have a lot to be thankful for.
Okay, I don't really appreciate this conversation right now. I've told you that I don't trust you at the moment, and you will get answers when you earn our trust. Granted, you are extremely handy in battle. I will grant you that. And Clovis has gone, but seems satisfied. So for now, that's all you're getting from me, Azrael. I'm sorry. I'm not going to spill my life stories to you. These guys don't even know the half of it.
I'm not asking for your life stories, merely the message that a shared interest has given you.
I suppose, in short, there is a risk of great evil rising. It's risen in some places, and we are essentially charged to help put an end to it, shall we say.
What is this great evil?
That, as yet, is unclear. The others know more, have had more dealings with it than I. Seems to be a cult on the rise.
A cult?
A cult, aye.
What is their goal?
Destruction of humanity, bring about what they see to be the ideal future. You know, the usual cult stuff. Never really a good thing.
Well, forgive me, I don't tend to have many dealings with cults.
Oh. Is that not a usual run-in? I thought everybody was quite familiar, had their own brushings in some way. I mean, I would argue that religion... No, sorry, I'm not going to go into that.
Instant ban! Just
If we were to go on that note, getting a tattoo of a god seems to be more of a devout following than...
Oh, no, I didn't go out of my... All of these, and she gestures to like all the intricate tree branches and the runes and stuff, that was me. This was not me. That was him.
Didn't realise you had a tattoo.
Oh. It's right there. I assumed you were looking. And that's
You
why
said it was covered by the wraps, weren't you?
No, it peeks out. It peeks out.
Right. I was referring to the one your friend showed me. But it's interesting that you have one as well.
You know, God's work in mysterious ways and all that. And apparently giving followers, well, not even followers, recruits tattoos is one of his promotion methods. So
Gotta spread that holy word somehow, though. Let's...
I don't claim to understand it, Azrael. I have very little understanding of the gods and how the pantheon works. It's never really been within my bailiwick, but just go with I have my own skin in the game, as it were, and until that is answered and I find what I'm looking for.
What is it you're looking for?
I'm not going into that. I don't know you.
Nor are you.
I know, and notice that I'm not asking you questions right now.
Oh. Your friend, Clovis, seemed pretty adamant that I was to accompany your group.
I think he was quite impressed by your brawn, to be honest. He has a eye for things like that.
I'm merely trying to get to know the new companions, as it were.
You will get to know us in due course, and I feel, well, I've never wanted to believe in fate, that it brought us all together, tied by Bahamut in some way. So eventually, if that's the path we go down, you will learn more about us and our intentions and our motivations, I'm sure. As we will know more about you. But for now, I've just been swallowed by a massive river monster and I could really use a lie down. So apologies if I'm brash.
By all means.
Thank you. And I will go and join Clovis enjoying himself.
As Ash turns to leave,
Yeah.
you claim to not trust me, but you're comfortable in leaving me here to steer a ship with all
I
your lives
trust
at
you
stake.
with a ship more than I trust myself with the ship. And that is more testament to my lack of ability than my trust in you.
Not
So-
my skill that's questioned. You questioned my motives.
I don't know what I think of you yet. You seem pretty straightforward. And she's got an eye on you. And I look up at Feathers.
Actually, look, Feathers has got.
You're right!
Like the real
Yeah, you know how
Joke.
I do that weird
That's-
thing where they like go like
where they
Isn't that
don't
chickens?
blink as well.
that. Yeah.
Swiveling on a 360, yeah. I'm
Literally-
watching you all.
Literally, Feathers' whole body is facing the other way and the head just goes. Spins 180.
As she does, I just run my finger down the scar over my eye to sort of match the scar that's on hers.
Mm.
Weird, man, but cool. Let's run with it.
I thought he was like a bird did this to me.
Yeah, same. You
Don't know
did
what did
this.
to me.
To be fair, that
Fucking
is
hate
kind of
owls.
what Feathers may think you're meaning. Hey, I didn't do it.
In the meantime, as Ash makes her way down into the hold below deck, Michael, you said you're heading towards Jove.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is the dragon still on your shoulder, Joe?
By this point, he's probably at the very front of the ship, sort of leaning. And she probably would have taken flight by this point, sort of taken in some of the afternoon sun, just stretching the wings. She'd be not too far up above, but just swooping, sort of getting in some much-needed practice, let's say. So she's around, but she's not on me.
So as you, Jove, are at the front of the boat, ship, I have to get that definition right. As you're kind of like leaning over, the breeze kind of washing over you, the morning or the afternoon sun beating down on your skin, and that momentary calm after a battle that you've just had. Feels quite nice.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of just to like disassociate for even a moment and take yourself off into your own thoughts. Quite calming and soothing. And you take it in and look out from the bow of the boat over the horizon, and the thoughts of what lies ahead enter your mind, and where you're going and what you're about to get into.
Mm-hmm.
As Michael approaches, you can hear the footsteps on the wooden planks as he approaches the front of the boat. Don't quite know that it's him, though, but you hear the footsteps behind you.
Is it a wooden boat? I assumed it was made of paper, like it just sort of expands this big paper like boat. I don't know.
Dude,
what's
have
this-
you... No. No, it's a magical boat. Really, that's the thing you question. In all of this, we have a dimension folding bag that you can pull whatever you want out of. We had an instant fortress that was the size of a chess piece and went into... But the boat folding into something other than paper, that's where the blocker was.
Well, I just assumed, I assumed it was like one of those little ones you fold up and you just throw it in the water, and it's like one of those things that expands in water.
It's a
It's just made of paper. Like
Big
it's a paper boat.
origami boat.
We're all in it.
With like a swan head on the front. Like.
Yeah, I assumed it was made of paper. All
I
right,
mean,
cool.
that would be quite awesome to be
That would be
fair.
cool.
Like,
And just on that note, just as a massive side note, Commando_B, thank you so much for the follow. And guys, that takes us over, and we've just hit for the first time 100 followers live. So thank you, everyone.
Let's go.
So no, it's a wooden boat. Back on track. It's a wooden boat.
Hearing the steps and sort of leaning, he'll turn his head to the side, so one eye is sort of looking in the direction of whoever it is coming his way. The mouth looks a bit more angry when he sees that it's you, a bit more tusk shows.
they're beautiful. Your dragon. Does it have a name?
She does. Yep.
Can you also talk to her? Like, I assume that Clovis can.
She can talk to me. She can talk to everyone else. I can't speak dragon word like you guys. But I find it weird that you can, Mr. Man with no memories, no anything in his past, yet somehow just speaks another language.
Well, I can explain that. See, I have a best friend.
Okay.
Far away right now. He's in Darkhold. His name's Gorgon. He's big dragonborn.
I know a dragonborn once. One that big.
Yeah, this guy's quite large. Way taller than I am. He's a blacksmith, and I used to do jobs, security stuff, or escorting people in and out of the city. And, you know, I didn't really know anyone. One day I thought I'd better see if I could have someone fix my armor, and even though it doesn't really work with leather, he gave it a look and we sort of connected. He didn't really have anyone either, and over the years we sort of grew close and swapped stories, where we've been, what we've done. Gathered I couldn't really tell him much, apart from the fact that I was looking for, well, apparently Ash. And he, you know, thought it would be fun if he could teach me about, you know, his culture, taught me how to speak Dragonborn. Mostly because then we would have sort of a secret language. Kind of sounds silly when I say it out loud, but it was a good way to talk undisturbed, not having a bunch of people snooping in on us. Darkhold isn't the nicest of places. To be frank, it's a shithole.
Yeah, I've heard of Darkhold. Never been there. It was close to where I used to live.
Oh, really? If you don't mind me asking, whereabouts did you used to live?
So, like, as you say that, he sort of looks at you, and like the gruffness in his face shifts upwards ever so slightly, so he's not scowling as hard as he was. He sort of, look, I don't know if I'm gonna tell you any of that right now. Quite frankly, that's concern me. You don't know anything. You have no past, and yet somehow you have a friend, another language, a job, a career, things you did.
Yeah. Well.
But you know nothing about anything, and all you want to know is why Ash pulled you out the ground.
Yeah, that and why I don't remember anything.
Steve, can you mute your mic, mate? I think we can.
Yes.
Oh, like is it you? Oh, I don't know who it is then.
Have you?
Might be the track.
Maybe.
It's on Evans. It's whenever he talks.
Oh, it's just clicky. Never mind.
Oh, don't worry then. That's cool. Don't worry.
Have you ever been scared, Joe? I mean, I doubt it, but
I mean, Mike, was it? Mac?
Michael.
Right, Mike. Yeah, I've been scared. I don't really think any of you know what fear is. Not really. I mean, you do, but I've seen enough to know when I should be afraid and when I shouldn't be.
Do you know what it's like to be scared of your own mind? Not knowing if you've done something or what you haven't done, not knowing anything.
Well, I don't know what it's like to not know what I've done. I know what it's like to be afraid of what you can do. It's not the same, but, you know, kind of different.
Well, you saw what I did when we battled the sea monster thing. I
What
couldn't
did
do
you
that
do?
4 years ago. I just looked to the river and I sent out an eldritch blast into the river.
Hey,
Oh God.
I'd like you to roll to hit, please, with that. And Jove, I'd like you to make me a perception check.
Well, yeah.
That's 21.
Okay, and that's
14 from me.
14, go ahead and roll me some damage, please, Michael.
It's gonna kill a frog.
Oh no!
Not the toad!
Not a toad!
He just
What is
wanted
it?
to come on board.
It's a D10, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
10.
That's a 10.
10?
Oh
Okay.
my god, the poor toad!
Cool. And you rolled a 14. Okay. You see, as he lets out this, like, almost looks like lightning blue energy crackles down his arm, and an eldritch blast erupts into the water. The echo of blue and the accentuated blueness of the water is blasted up. Jove, you see there is a hint of green in the proximity to the blast in the water.
Just like the color green that the magic energy made it green. There was like a physical green in there.
There's a physical green in there.
Yeah. I sort of look at it for a few seconds and just go, yeah, Clovis does lightning, I think it is. He throws that stuff around as well.
I couldn't do that 4 years ago.
And you don't know why
So when you say that you're afraid of knowing what you can do, well, I'm constantly afraid. Because I don't know what I can do, and I also know what I can't do.
What is it you can do? Apart from remember.
I have this blade that I can summon at will, but somehow it refuses to leave my side.
He sort of looks at the sword, and you see his face like, and in his mind you can think like, wish my axe did that.
I can make people drop their weapons even before a fight begins. I can make people run away in fear. I can make a room turn completely dark so that no one can see inside. But for some reason I can. I can see everything.
All right, so all I gotta do is hit you in the head before anything starts, and you're fine. At least I know how to beat you now. You know, honest of you.
Well, that's also the thing. You have to be able to hit me first.
Is that a challenge, or you know?
Try me.
Oh,
Hit me.
Children.
Oh dear.
You're not there, Clovis.
I promise I'm not gonna hit you back. I just want to show you what I mean.
You sort of see him sort of look out across sort of the front of the bow for a second, and sort of like, as he says, "I promise I won't hit you back." He's like, I mean, that's not what I was worried about. You know what? And the guys would probably be impressed when you say this, but no, I'm not gonna punch you. I don't even want to. If I wanted to have killed you, I'd have done it on the road. So clearly you are here for something. Whether it's our interest or your own, I don't know yet. We'll find out. But, like, that guy up there, you gotta earn your keep. Gotta make sure that when you fight, I know you're gonna, you know, fight for me, fight for us, die for us if you have to.
Of course, I get that. I just want you to know what, since you asked, I just want you to know that what I can do so that maybe you have, I mean, you seem to have more experience than I do when it comes to battle.
I mean,
so maybe you know how to make me better.
it depends if you want to be like me. I'm a very different warrior to you.
Well, you
Always have been. I'm axe in hand, cut and chop. I can do a bit of what you do. I couldn't before either, to be honest. It's
yeah, I saw the axe flying.
yeah, I know it's weird.
Inside my
But,
head.
it's just
You just barely missed me.
yeah, I know. Well, you know, you were there. I was aiming for the thing. It's not personal. It's general. It just includes you. You were there. It's fine.
Yeah, no, I just thought it was quite impressive.
I don't believe you, but sure.
Well, I have to be honest. I was wondering at one point if one of them was supposed to go for me or not.
Here's your olive branch. Fuck your olive branch.
I genuinely was impressive with if you actually were trying to hit that thing. How I think you shaved my hair off a little bit.
I mean, look, like shaved sides is fine. I can do the other side. We'll give you a proper mold, a proper hawk. It'll be cool. I think I need to get one at some point too. I don't know. But look, I appreciate you coming up here. I know I'm not the easiest person in the world to get on with, but
Trust me, I'm not either. Like I said, I have one friend, and it took me 4 years to actually.
I mean, I got
be able
4,
to call
and I'm
someone.
pretty sure. Sorry.
I mean, you beat me with 3 in that case.
I mean, I have 4, and I'm pretty sure the one up there isn't still too keen on me. So, we do what we can with what we got. But if you're really here to, if Bahamut talked to you and told you to find us.
Just changing the music because I think.
Who
that's-
was even this Bahamut?
Yeah, Bahamut.
Bahamut? I don't know.
Yeah, the big silver dragon in the sky. Let's go with that. If he sent you here, as long as you're on our side, we'll be fine. Eventually, I'll get to know you. You'll get to know me. I'll stop seeming like me, and you'll see what they see. I don't know what that is, but it must be something.
I think I, in a way, kind of do.
Cool.
I see something. You remind me of my friend, in a way.
Well, one day I will be. So it won't just be something I remind you of. I will be the thing. Just be cool, okay? The place we just came from was a real fucking mess. Like, I was nearly hung for something, and I didn't do it, by the way. It's not like I was just I was framed for crimes I didn't commit. And now
Let's clarify.
Right. Okay. So you nearly been hung for something you didn't do.
there was this guy who could look like anyone, sound like anyone, be anywhere, do anything. And he basically took us all for a bunch of fucking idiots. Nearly burned us down in the house, nearly had me hung, nearly killed us. Yeah, it was a time. And now we're here. And when someone with no memories comes on a road and says, hey, I know that one there, and I need to come with you because, and then you give us information about stuff and no one else should know, yeah, I'm kind of going to go, no, fuck you.
Oh, no, that's definitely understandable, especially if someone's just tried to kill you.
All of us.
I mean, that makes it hard to trust people.
Well, now he's going to be trying to kill you as well. And everyone else. Welcome to the group.
Well, thanks for having me here. Let's see if it sticks.
As you sort of say that, he takes like a deep breath, and the grump from his face sort of just lifts, and he just sort of looks very sort of plainly mild smile. He's not trying to be too aggressive now. He holds out sort of a whole forearm in his way of, giving his own olive branch this time.
Fuck your olive branch! Slap him, man!
Yeah.
Spit in his face!
Come on.
I go for
Eldritch blast him! Who said?
go for a handshake and punch him in the face now.
Oh, if you don't do that, I'm gonna be so annoyed. Like, just hold it out and go, wait.
Is it worth the inspiration you'll get? Is it worth it?
I know.
No, I'll give him a handshake as well.
You already have inspiration? You
Dude,
don't
I have
anymore! No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Like you go in for it, but his hand has got like the top of your forearm, and it's like wrapped. Like, because I assume you're quite thin, so it's just mostly around the top of your forearm, just very hard. Like it's as nice as you can. It's just like
Just hear a snap of his arm.
everyone's arms off. It's mine.
I just pop it back into place now.
In the meantime, as Jove and Michael do their best to make amends for previous transgressions earlier that afternoon, and at least try and pave the way to a brighter friendship. Feathers,
Yes.
what are you doing?
Okay, so she is between watching the people below.
People, not even the party anymore, just the people.
No, just the
She's
people.
disassociated already.
It's nice to meet
The
you.
road companions.
She's also like scribbling on her paper, and like looking back through the notes she's already made, and kind of scratching her head and then looking out, and she is mild panic. Is going on, quite quietly. Mild panic up above.
Okay. Is it a visible panic, or is it like internal screaming?
Oh, it's all internal.
Yeah.
In fact, if she notices at any point that it's becoming visible, she will put up a minor illusion around herself, just of what they should be able to see anyway. But yeah.
Okay. If you are you in control of this, or is this getting out of control and you're panicking?
Oh, she is 100% panicking because she has no idea who to trust now.
Okay.
As much. So yeah.
I would then, if that's the case, I'd like you to make me a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh my god.
Don't fail me.
Oh boy.
That's not good.
Oh, not this again!
Oh my god. I've got plus. That's a 6.
Okay, good to know.
When you said it was not good, you meant it was fucking catastrophic.
I thought I had a higher wisdom, so I didn't think it was as bad as it is.
Why would you think that?
Okay. You feel yourself panicking, getting out of control. Your breathing gets quicker and quicker. And in your head, again, you're not helping, dear. Calm down.
Just trying to figure it all out. I can't figure it out.
Others, I said, calm down.
Okay. That's not helping.
And then silence. Your head almost seems to just go silent. A presence there that you've felt for a long time dissipates for a moment.
Are you still there?
Well, of course I'm still here.
She almost drops her paper at that point. Sorry, it went quiet. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. I don't know.
What do you want to do, Feathers? Because I'm tiring of these games.
I'm games. I'm.
That wasn't feathers, that was just naturally.
It's feathers.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see.
What do you want me to do?
Feathers, we've been down this road before, and I'm not about to repeat myself.
I am being careful. I've done what you asked me to do. I'm waiting, and I've been careful, and now you're angry with me, and I don't know why.
I'm not angry at you, Feathers. I'm just disappointed. No, I'm not
Yes.
going to do that to you. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. That was just cruel. Feathers, I'm not angry at you. But I tire of trying to set you on a path for both of our betterments.
I've done that. I've surrounded myself with people that can keep me safe, and I've stopped doing
Really?
silly.
Yes, they can keep you safe, can they? Because time and time again, I see you in harm's way.
Oh, that happened before I
First,
met
it's
them
a
too.
First, it's a grove of mushrooms that kills you.
To be fair, that was against their advice as well. So
You then
that's...
you then go to another realm and almost die there too. Then you rush into a burning building. And you know what the common denominator through all of this is, Feathers? Them.
Yeah.
I told you not to trust them. They're leading you astray. They're taking you and putting you in harm's way, and if de facto me in harm's way, and I cannot afford to lose us.
I know. I agreed to keep you safe.
Yes, you did. And are you doing a very good job of that, Feathers?
I'm doing my best. As you can see, she's actually visibly getting angry now.
Well, your best isn't good enough. And then silent.
Do we see anything from the outside? Like, given
Nope.
that Joe where Jove is it?
This is all
Nope.
in my head.
It's all in her
I'm
head,
responding.
and she's minor image to make herself look calm.
Fine. And she's just going to sit on the crow's nest and really scribble notes down.
Furiously scribble.
Anger like going through the paper.
Okay.
Just out of curiosity, this minor illusion, is it just like a static statue of feathers, just sort of like sat, doing nothing?
Feathers, you've not moved for a few minutes. But Feathers.
We've lost her.
Just sitting, standing
The
out.
minor image can be as it is. It can move. It's not just a static image. It can move and.
Yeah, but she's not concentrating on the image, she's concentrating on the conversation within. Is it doing anything?
Well, she is concentrating on that spell.
Can you do both?
Yeah, of course you can.
Okay. I just don't know how well you'd move something if you were having an angry conversation in your head. I'm just trying to
To
figure
be
out if
fair,
it's like,
once
fucking
I've
about.
finished having this conversation, I've dropped the image and I'm now sitting in the crow's nest. You probably can't see me anyway, so I'm now sitting cross-legged in the crow's nest,
There is.
furiously writing notes. So
Okay,
you just can't
well,
see me now.
There is no crow's nest.
that's what I
Oh.
was,
You're,
yeah.
you're atop a pole.
You're atop a pole, just sat there, perched,
I'm sitting on top of a
scribbling.
pole,
On top of the mast, scribbling away
notes.
furiously.
Yeah.
Joe, you can make me an insight check if you like.
I mean, he's probably looking around at this point anyway, just to see who's where and realizing, inside.
Crushing Michael's arm. as he does
Still,
that.
yes, like he's looking around and just not let go. Okay, cool. So that is a dirty 20.
Okay, you can see that Feathers looks visibly upset, visibly angry for some reason. As you kind of like look around, the only other person you can see above deck other than Michael is Azrael, who's at the helm of the ship. But Feathers does look visibly angry. Ash and Clovis are nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, cool.
The horse, however, looks really comfy, fast asleep. Zayla's flying about, and Bamf is curled up next to the horse, fast asleep as well.
Just want to make sure that I kind of clock it if I can. So cool.
Okay. In the meantime, Ash, you go below deck.
Yes.
And Clovis, during this time, you've adequately investigated your ring.
Yeah, true.
You...
Sorry.
You know that...
It goes on a certain point.
Fucking hell, man.
Children. Children.
Wow.
Yep.
The
Oh,
ring...
I'm so sorry. I'll leave you to
Continue.
We might just go to an...
No, don't worry.
We might just go to an impromptu break.
I've quite adequately expected it now.
Right. Anyway,
Just checking my prostate.
oh my god. So, the ring that Quinn gave you, you've inspected that, and you get that it definitely has magical properties, and it has you, after some inspection, figure out that it has the ability to cast spells that you don't typically have available to you. As you figure out that while wearing it, you can cast Detect Good and Evil and also Banishment, as you are now in the proud possession of the Inquisitor's Ring.
Ooh.
Oh shit!
Valspar?
Yeah, what? No, wait! What does that mean for Valspar? No!
Reggie killed him.
No! Okay, but cool, that's fine.
So you are now...
Here's the deck anyway.
You have the Inquisitor's Ring. It does require attunement.
Okay.
However, there is a caveat to it typically, but I, as a DM, am going to waive it. Typically, it can only be attuned and used by a rogue.
Because I made it, Dan.
But yeah.
Okay.
I know that. That's why I'm saying I'm waiving it by allowing you to use it in this game.
Okay.
There we go.
I will. Okay, as I'm sort of figuring it out, and I guess I'm sort of just like taking in its essence and maybe looking at some of the runes and stuff like that. As I'm sort of starting to clock what it can do, I'll look at what does it have any insignia on it or anything like that?
No, not so much. It's a very plain ring. Doesn't have any insignia on it or anything like that, unfortunately.
Okay.
It is quite a plain silvered ring. That it isn't like a straight band. It's kind of like a waved band.
Got it. Okay. So I'll sort of spin it around like on my fingers and just have it sort of sit on the end of one finger, but before I push it down to wear it properly, I'll have a think for a second. And I'll just kind of go through my bag and I'll just move a couple of things out of the way and have a look at the periapter wound closure that we found in the sewers and stuff like that. And I'll just think, no, it should be fine. And I'll pop it on.
Periapter wound closure?
No, not the periapter. I'll just have a look at the periapter to like think about, and I'm thinking about like whether I should just be banging like magical items on my body like willy-nilly after what happened last time.
You pop it on.
I decide not to give a shit about that and put it on anyway.
Okay. You put it on.
I put it on willy-nilly.
Yep. It's a weird place to put it, but fine.
Fuck.
So you pop it
That's his
on,
name.
and as you put it on, you hear in your head,
Oh no.
That's so good.
I hope this serves you a much better use than it did I. When you wear this, no matter where you are, it's almost like I'm right there. I'm sure you'll know what that means. Good luck. I'll miss you.
And I'm not sure really if she can hear me. But I'll just say out loud, thank you, and stay safe. I'll return to you as soon as I can. We still have much to catch up on.
Oh, I will. You too.
Continue to impress and surpass me.
And for those of you at home, and for your sake, Clovis, you instantly come to realise that this has the ability to connect you via magic to be able to communicate with Quinn whenever you want.
That's fucking awesome.
Oh my god.
I love that. I love that.
I'm gonna steal it in the night. No.
Ash, you
Oh my
kind
God,
of,
if anyone steals.
you kind of like, and as you're kind of twirling the ring in on your finger,
Yeah.
smiling to yourself, Ash, you come down the stairs into the hold.
Oh, hi.
Hello. Everything okay above deck?
Well, I'm not at the helm anymore, so much better. She's gonna like throw herself into onto one of like the cots.
Would you like me to make a similar arrangement for you?
I mean, if there's enough. to
No,
go
probably
around.
not, to be honest.
Okay,
I've
I'll
taken
stay
up
here, I
the
guess.
majority of it.
That's fine. I just kind of pull out apathy to kind of test the strength, but not too much.
Oh dear.
I know.
That's not looking too good.
No, I feel like I jinxed it by calling it apathy. Elven for useless.
I was going to say,
Aye.
Elvish.
Aye.
That is quite a bold thing to call your main instrument of warfare.
Well, I was very disappointed when I got it. I forked out a lot of money for it, and I may as well have picked up a stick in the woods. But then it started to exhibit some magical properties, but to be honest, the name kind of stuck. So now I seem to have jinxed it and made it actually useless.
Well, I'm sure it's not beyond repair.
It better not be.
We'll try and find somewhere in Baldur's Gate if we have time to head into the city.
Aye.
Speaking of items of magical property,
Yes.
the thing you found at the manor, is it a mask of some kind?
Like a headdress of sorts. I didn't touch it because I saw what happened to feathers with the thing.
Yes.
But
Wise.
basically, I just kind of like give it like an eyebrow raise at the new ring on his finger that he's twiddling with. But it was weird. It was like my arm was pulsing, and when I got close to it, it pulsed even more. And then when I picked it up and I had it, it stopped. It was guiding me to it for some reason. but I don't know what it is.
Would you mind if I took a moment to observe it? I shan't touch it and
No,
interfere with it in any way.
Absolutely.
You may have it back when we're done,
I'm
pending
pretty
the results.
useless about all this magic stuff anyway, so I'd appreciate the help.
My knowledge is limited to study, unfortunately. I'm not able to fully ascertain the qualities of certain things, but unless I use them, but obviously we're going to avoid that for now.
Okay. I will pop it kind of. Ash to kind of slink down to the floor and just pop it by the feet of the chaise-longue that Clovis is on, and just pop it on the floor. And is there any chance that I could aid this kind of investigation by? Because obviously Ash has done quite a lot of research into everything to do with that she's found anything she could find to do that could be connected to the dragon ring on the people who assaulted her. So she's quite like proficient in terms of having researched that in the past. Is there any way that she could like use her historical knowledge to aid this investigation? Like whether anything like this has come up in any book that she's read or anything.
Make a
like
history
that.
check.
But I'm not focusing on obviously the arcana properties of it.
I know.
22!
Oh, cool. You've seen it before.
I know exactly what it is.
You've seen it before.
I have? Are you serious?
And I believe that Clovis may have actually seen it before in passing as well.
How quiet are they being on the bit that's
What
directly
do you think we're doing?
Do you need me to make a roll?
I would ask you to make a history check as well, actually, yeah.
Ooh, oh wait, I have that. I don't.
Okay, Ash.
Oh no!
It's a 1!
Okay.
For a 5.
You can't remember if you've seen anything like this before, but Ash, you remember seeing something like this in passing in a book.
Okay.
As pages were being turned quickly in front of you.
Oh! Clovis!
And on
the
that...
book.
And on that, we're going to go for a quick break.
God damn it!
While these guys figure out their notes and stuff. But yes! Before we go for a quick break, guys, for those of you that don't know, we are running a giveaway throughout December for some mad, amazing D&D prizes, such as dice trays, all the rest of it. I will put the little promo thing up here to kind of show you that we've got nice, fancy, purpley dice. All you have to do to enter, either be a subscriber to the channel, you can either pay for a subscription or use your Amazon Prime subscription to do that, or just come and watch the show. The more you watch, the more channel points you earn. The more channel points you earn, you can then redeem them to enter into the giveaway. So make sure you do all that kind of fun stuff. We're going to get a quick break. We'll be back with you guys in about 10-15 minutes or so. So yeah, cool. Don't go anywhere. Goodbye!
See you soon!
See you soon, bye!
Oh, I pressed the wrong thing. I am rubbish at this.
Goodbye!
I was muted. Welcome back. Hello, we're back. So just before we kick into things, just if you guys didn't get that clear in the message that I put during the break, you can enter the giveaway that we talked about before the break in 3 different ways. You can either subscribe to the channel, gift a subscription, or redeem one using your channel points. You could do a combination of the 3, whichever 3 you like, and you get a maximum of 2 entries each. Then I was right. That summed it up. Nailed it.
Yeah.
Let's get back into playing some D&D. Cool. As you guys are down below decks, you, Ash, come to the sudden realization that you'd seen this mask before.
Clovis, the book, the tome, the thing that I was looking for that you guys had in Candlekeep. Where is it? Do you have it?
I think so.
I believe you do, because you did not give it to me.
I'll put it out.
Okay.
I start rifling
What
through it.
Is it in the book?
I think so. I recognize it.
Okay. You're going to start spending some time going through it. Okay, maybe a
Can
general...
I... Sorry.
No,
I thought you
go
were
ahead.
gonna move on I thought you were going to move off somewhere else.
No, make me an intelligence check, please.
You sure intelligent?
Yep, because you are reading a book, mate. Yeah, I want you to make me a general intelligence check, please, as you rifle through this thing.
I mean, wouldn't that be perception too? If you're reading using
It's
your
a
eyes?
whopping big 6 plus nothing.
It's gonna take you some time to do this.
Damn. Okay. So while she's sort of frantically rifling through it, hearing that it's in the book, Clovis will grow immediately anxious, and I'm going to cast Detect Magic.
Okay. It does give off a faint glow.
Of
Magic.
I love this question
Hate
because
this because every single week of
and the thing is,
magic.
doesn't matter what you're going to say to me. I won't know what it means. But I want to
I
see
just
it
wanna see
sound.
you
It
panic.
is a it gives off a hint of enchantment, divination, and transmutation. What kind of magic? Fucking magic, man. Like, I never have this thing prepared when you ask that question, ever.
Okay. I'll say, I mean, if it's in the book, I'm not sure if it's something worth trusting.
I don't either, but so far, 2 things that have something to do with me are in this book.
Can I would feel comfortable if we didn't leave it out like this.
No, that's fine. I don't.
Perhaps I can make you a sketch for reference.
I mean, I can. Sure, go for it.
my quill and paper come out and they just immediately just lay on the floor next to it. Just go zzz, almost like alongside, like just from left to right, all
Like
of the little bits of
printing
like printing it. So it just goes, and when it gets to the end, it just goes back up into the air about 5 feet and then straight into my coat pocket, and I close my jacket.
Ash takes out her sketchbook with a load of intricate hand-drawn sketches, including a detailed one of the ring, and just kind of puts it and just I mean, that kind of makes my hard work look like nothing.
I know yours have so much more personality, Dom. And I'll
Okay.
and I'll just sort of use one of my handkerchiefs, not the handkerchief, but one of them to try and pick up the mask and pop it into the bag.
Okay, you do so. You pick it up and pop it into the bag.
I have the bag of holding as well, right?
No, I do.
No, Ash does.
That's mine.
I'll put it in the bag of holding.
Okay, no problem.
Doing? Oh, okay, that's fine. Go on.
Okay, you pop that in the bag of holding. Anything else you want to do? This is going to take some time for you to start. This isn't like a small book. This is a thick book. It's a tome. There's a lot of information that you have to try and get through. It,
I will. So
Rip it in half.
I'll kind of scooch so my back is against the chaise, so Clovis can look over my shoulders. I'm going through.
Okay.
I will likely, if I come across the ring first, stop on the ring for a minute. But then basically just have another set of eyes because I'm going through it at speed. Whether it'll help if he spots something before I do.
Okay, so
Yeah,
you're
I'm-
literally
I'm-
just
I'm-
kind of doing that thing we go, kind of.
Well,
but
no, I'm like
I get what you're
going
saying.
like-
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
You're just trying
Are
to
you-
flick
are you-
through the pages like 1, 2, and just try to see if you can spot the image again. Yeah.
And
Okay.
and just a question. What languages have we seen written in this book? Is it all in common?
No, it is not. You've seen multiple languages. You see that even to your trained eye, Clovis? Fucking words. To your
Don't give
trained
away my
eye,
backstory that I'm a clone. Come on.
as you look through, something that kind of strikes you as immediately, as both of you are looking through this, some pages are older than others. Some are fresher. Some are creased. Some are not. Some are in Common, Elvish. You've got some Dwarven in there, some Draconic, some languages that neither of you can understand. Like there is it becomes very apparent that this is not a book that one person wrote. It is a lot of information that have kind of been stitched together. That is what this book is all about.
I'm not misremembering when I say that the mask is literally like a big dragon face, right? Is it a mask?
It is a
It's a
mask. It's a
headdress
It's a
mask.
headrest that kind of like comes down over the eyes.
Oh, it is green.
Has it
right?
got a
It's
snout, though?
Green.
It does have a snout, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And it is green. You are absolutely right.
Okay. Are you familiar with any Draconic?
No, not the chronic. Common, primordial, bits of Elvish, but I'm rusty. That's about it.
Very well. Continue. And I'll specifically be looking out for any Draconic language scrolls or anything.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that.
There's lots of it in this book. There is lots of
I'm
it.
Just trying to catch any words of things that might
Okay,
trigger
cool.
my-
I'll come back to you guys because this is going to take some time and there's a lot of information to go through. So I'll leave you guys to do that. In the meantime, Azrael, you are up at the helm of the ship, steering it downriver. As you're there and you are on your own at the helm, the breeze passing through your long hair and your beard and the familiarity of your surroundings in this immediate moment. How do they make you feel?
You see he's almost happy in the moment because this is what he wants. He wants to be at the helm of his own ship. And he's sort of, as he's there, he's sort of standing one hand on the wheel, just gently guiding it, but his chest sort of puffed out a little bit. Just there, guiding it along, sort of scanning the horizon, bank to bank, back again. Just gently keeping an eye
Okay.
on whatever's there.
And what are your thoughts on at the moment? Where do your thoughts drift off to in this moment of calm and familiarity and...
Immediately they go to when he met Dante,
Okay.
and the time he spent with him.
Okay. As you're in this moment, and your thoughts go back to when you were a bosun on a ship out on the open sea, and the one friend that you had during that time, and the question, the thoughts of, if only could see me now. I hope I'm doing this right. Sure, he told me that this was the right way to do it. This is what he said, right? No, it is. It is. He did. He's a good teacher. God, I miss it. Where is he? And these thoughts and questions just kind of rattle around in your mind. I'd like you to make me a perception check.
That is an 18.
Okay. With that, you see and you kind of like snap back into focus like momentarily to like alter the ship, and you see that as it's going down this river on the horizon of, you know, a few hundred yards ahead, you see that the water itself, even though the river is charting its own course, in the river itself, the water seems to be kind of falling to one side, to the left, ever so slightly, and you see that there is a pull in the ripples of the water to one side.
Okay.
I'd like you to make me a history check, please.
Ugh, that's okay.
To see how well you remember your teachings.
Natural 20.
Holy shit. Okay.
Pretty well.
But I have a -1 to history.
Okay. Well, if that's only a 19, you for a moment, there's a moment of, fuck, what is that? And then your teachings and your lessons and what you were told about sailing on rivers, that this is a natural occurrence of subsidence of earth beneath the water and the riverbed being pulled away through the current and force of the undercurrent, and as it gets chipped away, you know in your mind now that there's nothing really to fear. It's just the water self-correcting itself and leveling, and that pull towards the side, and that passes as you continue the trajectory of the ship on its way. Is there anything you want to do?
I want to see how much attention other people are paying.
To you?
Just to the general surrounding.
Okay.
First.
So
I'm going to use thaumaturgy. And I'm going to make thunder sound off in the distance to make it sound like a storm's coming.
Okay. I'd like you to make, and are you doing, I mean, how, so thaumaturgy, if I remember rightly, is a semantic and verbal?
Just verbal.
Just verbal. Okay, so how are you casting this spell?
I just sort of, as I'm steering it, just start talking to myself, or making it look like I'm just talking to myself. And as I do, that's when all of a sudden you hear the rumble of thunder off out in the distance.
Okay.
I just want to see if anyone
is
paying particular attention to it.
Okay, I'd like you to make a perception check. I think, given that it is audible and it's not subtle, I would imagine that Michael, Jove, and Feathers, you would all hear this off in the distance. Clovis and Ash, you would also hear it, but I think you're concentrating too much on what you're doing for it to pay much mind.
I think if it's thunder, Ash does kind of jolt for a second to see if Michael's around.
Okay.
But knowing he's not, kind of just goes to the sending stone quickly and just goes, I think Jove has the other one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he does.
Oh, God. Okay.
What's Michael doing?
Well, first of all, Michael, you do hear this crash of thunder, or this seeming thunder off in the distance. What do you do? How do you react to that, given what happened earlier that day?
Is there clouds in the sky?
Not particularly. It looks clear. There are some clouds, but not thunder clouds. Often, there's nothing off in the distance as you scan the horizon.
So just a general wisdom saving throw. No. No, but standing sort of at the... Oh, I don't know any English ship words. But the front, the bow of the ship.
The bow of the ship, yeah.
Michael's head's just gonna go towards where the thunder is from.
Okay, Jove, you see that look as he kind of like do it.
I mean, Joe's he's heard more than his fair share of rumblings in the sky, and a little bit of thunder in the distance isn't really going to make him look one way or the other. It could be rain, it could be a storm, who cares? At the moment, he's very much looking. He's sort of trying not to stare directly at her, but he has noticed Feathers is now just scribbling on top of the fucking pole of thing. He's just sort of looking up at her with a slight quizzical sort of, okay.
But once the thunder claps, she would have hopped up, put the paper away, and she is intently looking, because she is on edge for any danger, so she is intently looking towards the distance to where the sound came from, like as hard as she could possibly look.
Okay. Jove, you get this message from Ash.
So she sent this message, and Jove, having completely forgotten he has the sending stone, all Ash is going to hear from like below deck is just Ash, Ash. Like you can hear him shouting for you because he doesn't realise what.
The stone, Jove, the stone. What's Michael doing?
Oh, yeah.
Why are you shouting?
Just making sure. As he says, he's got like a rock in his hand. He's there, and he points to himself and to you, but he's.
Can I insight check him? Because that's a weird ass
Sure.
thing to do. That's a 7.
You have no idea who he's talking to. You don't know who, and he literally goes, "Oh, he's there," and he just looks like he's talking to himself, but he points at you. Ash, you just hear, "Oh, he's there," and then, as Riel, who stood at the helm, you watch as Michael's head shifts towards the direction that you cast this spell, as does Feathers. Jove just kind of like looks at Michael, goes, starts screaming for Ash, then points at Michael and goes, "He's there." What is it you're trying to do from this? So, Azrael, you see that it appears
just cause chaos.
It appears that you are trying to find if people are paying attention, and it seems that they are. Every single one of them.
Okay, that's not what I was expecting.
0 information given.
Yeah, he's. I'm not sure what to do with that information. Okay.
It's really tickled me. My stomach hurts.
Okay, well, Ash, you get the message back from Jove to say he's there.
Is he okay? Is something happening? Did you hear that too? Clovis, did you hear that?
Yes.
Oh. It might just be thunder.
I think it was thunder.
It doesn't look like it. There's no clouds in the sky, and I
He
mean,
says
he
there's
looks
no clouds in the sky.
I can hear him though, right? Can I hear this? Oh no, it's the
No, so the sending
So
stone.
bad thing.
It goes into your
He's
head.
not a
still
speaker.
just shouting down.
Should we go and take a look, or
Does
Is
everything
everything-
seem okay?
as good as it was when we first got on here. I mean, there's still strangers here, but sure, yeah, it's fine.
Okay, keep an eye. We are looking into something. Pop the stone.
What?
As she
I
pops
still
the-
have my detect magic up when this happens. Last 10 minutes.
you
It's just
do,
a-
yeah, but you wouldn't be able to see the you know.
It's, you see
Yeah,
it, don't you?
yeah,
You
yeah.
don't just feel it happening. Right?
Yeah, exactly. So, is there anything anybody wants to do other than obviously Clovis and Ash looking at this book, as we are going to kind of push through the rest of the day into the early evening? Is there anything anyone wants to do in particular during that time? Azrael,
Take
you
a
stay
short rest.
Okay, no problem. Azrael, you stay at the helm, I assume, steering them on their way.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fine. Yeah. Anything anybody else wants to do as the day starts rolling in towards the early evening?
Would I also be able to take a short rest while steering the ship?
Everyone will gain a short rest in the next hour, so that's fine. Nobody's doing anything.
That's what I want to hear.
Nobody's doing
I'm
anything too much. So yeah, if you want, you can gain a short rest during this time. Is there anything?
I haven't even cast a spell.
Oh yeah, you didn't even get around to your turn.
I'm fully loaded. Full HP, all spell slots.
Jove, is there anything you'd be doing during this afternoon, early evening?
What's Feathers up to? What's she doing now? So I know I've noticed something that's like on you.
Well, after the thunderclap and she didn't see anything, she would have said in her head, "Was that you?" And then just gone back to taking notes. But she is a bit calmer. Not like she's not calm, but she is a bit calmer than she was earlier. But she is not paying attention to you guys.
When you ask, "Was that you?" you get nothing back. It's silent. There is just nothing but silence, no matter how many times you reach out through the afternoon and early evening.
Yeah, that doesn't make me feel good.
During my short rest, I'm gonna sit and write in my journal.
Okay.
I'll tell you what Joe's gonna do. So he wants to keep a watchful eye on Feathers, but he's kind of getting hungry now. Looking through what he's got, he sort of takes out what rations he has. Like, oh, I'm fucking sick of these fucking. Right, fuck it, that's it. And it's like he starts walking towards like the back, like the boat, to try and to go downstairs. As he does, he pours the armor out of the jug and just goes bare-chested and gets a bit more comfortable with himself. He's been for long enough. So Jove will sort of walk into where these two have been doing whatever they're doing. She never replied after he asked. Just sort of topless. And he's going to start, like, is there a kitchen here? Is there like a thing to use their cooking stuff? Or is it just like
is there a wine cellar?
No. There is no kitchen on board now.
The food, though.
It's rudimentary food. We're talking like grain.
Clovis is
sat on.
Clovis is sat on. There is no food aboard.
I've touched my chaise
No.
Not until I can get a proper one.
So I assume you two are just flicking through the book, like in the grain hold.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's sort of, if Clovis isn't sat up, he's going to sort of start like looking through sacks as you're sat on them, just trying to figure out what's in them.
Yeah, you see.
Do you mind? Oh, hello. Everything okay up top?
Yeah. I mean, the guy with the one horn, he's stealing his ship, and Mac is doing whatever he does.
Michael.
Yeah, Mike. That's the guy. They seem fine, I think. We don't know.
Around?
I mean, I have to eventually, don't I? It's either that or I throw him off the ship and we just carry on.
Yeah, well.
You two seem to want them here, so, you know.
Well, I gave him the carrot. I was hoping you'd give him the stick for a little bit longer.
What stick?
Never mind, it's a turn of phrase. We're just
okay.
We're just investigating the item that Ash found at the manor. Trying to see what we can learn from the book.
I think
You found something there?
I think you were a bit gone because it was in the room with Tremaine.
Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
No, yeah, so my arm was pulsing and it almost led me to this headdress thing. Quill. It looked like that, and I'll pick up the basic photocopy with a bit of disdain.
It's like iRobot.
Yeah, so put it down. I think I've seen it before. When Clovis and Feathers were showing me this tome, which had something else I was looking for in it. So we're trying to find that.
as you explain that, you sort of see one of his eyes like slightly move off the like book information. And,
We
like,
think it's in the book. We think we might be able to find more information in the book.
is that the book Feathers stole from? What was his fucking name?
Yes, the book
Vito's
Feathers stole.
Yeah, that book.
What's your plan, dude? Cuckoo.
I know.
And
Still-
so
still is.
as you look through the sacks, you see that it's full of grain.
Yeah.
However, it doesn't look like it's very fresh.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, it's
it
not good
seems like
stuff.
it's been it seems like it's been down here a while. I mean, it serves a purpose as a Shaylong, but not much cooking is going to be able to be done with it, really.
Yeah, okay. He's sort of trying to still take in the idea that they've figured something out. He's like, right, oh, okay,
You're more
cool.
than welcome to assist us if everything's calm up top.
With books?
Anyway, you can. You're much smarter than you let on, Jove.
He's right.
I mean, not in the way you guys are smart. Like, I don't do reading and like words and shit. I do other stuff.
I don't do words.
Like you know how to write and use them to make more words that make words.
That comes
Correct.
from a lot of bullshitting, to be honest. Like, it's not something you necessarily,
No, fair
for
enough.
me personally, but I feel like you're the same. You pick up. I'm not a learned individual in terms of books. I've researched stuff for my own selfish intent, but I'm not exactly one to go, oh, I want to learn how to do this today.
Intelligence and knowledge are often two different things.
Aye.
And I think you have a certain intuition about you.
I mean, I guess I don't know. It's life out in the wild. I know who to look at, who to not look at, who to trust, how to kill a thing, how to take something down. It's not like I don't do book learning like you guys do. I've never been to a library before.
Would you like to try? Really, we're not actually learning anything. We're just looking for a specific thing. You're good at spotting stuff, aren't you?
I mean, I got a good eye, I guess. Yeah, okay, I can try and find the thing in the book.
Well, that's one of the most important things you need for reading.
Are you still flicking through the pages at this point, Ash,
Yeah.
as they're talking? You are. Okay.
Yeah.
As this
Like a
conversation happens and
Yeah,
you kind of turn the page, you stop on a very old piece of parchment that's been intertwined into the binding of this book. The language of which this passage you cannot speak.
Okay.
However, there is a very crude hand-drawn image of what appears to be something very, very similar to the shape of the headdress that you've just picked up.
Mhm.
However, it is not in green. It is in a different... The image is black. And it looks oddly similar in its shape to what you've found.
Okay. I will kind of reach up and kind of like tug on, like Clovis's, like trouser leg. Do you speak this?
I'll look at it. Is it Draconic, Elvish, or Infernal?
It is infernal.
I'll have a read.
Okay. The passage itself, it describes almost... The way it's written is almost like it's a religious passage, and it describes a group of individuals who have come together under a similar worship of religious of a religious sense. Mm-hmm. They are followers and worshippers of a great being that is from a time gone by. And in this passage, the image itself, it describes that the main speaker of this group, or the head of this configuration of religious individuals, wore this headdress.
So the main sort of head honcho
of this particular group,
sect.
Yes, let's call it that. Wore that particular headdress.
I'll summarize that to the others, but while I'm doing it, I'm making a note of the handwriting that this section is written in.
Mm-hmm.
I'm taking note of any other things on this scroll, this particular page, this insert, as it were.
Yep.
To see if there's anything related to a similar kind of
no,
thing.
And the annoying thing is that where this page is, about, if you look at it as a page itself, like 2/3 down the right-hand side, it's been ripped sort of at a diagonal across, which means the bottom third of this passage is kind of, half of it's cut off as this page has been ripped.
Am I able to tell from having like aged documents before with my forgery kit and stuff like that to try and make them look older or more official? Am I able to tell if this rip is recent or old? Where the part of this passage...
The rip itself, where the actual fray of the paper is along the rip, looks aged itself. So typically when you rip paper,
there's a lot of fluff.
It looks like it's been done some time ago.
Okay, cool. Okay, so yeah, I'll explain to them. It all sounds somewhat familiar. Individuals gathering together for a religious purpose. It would appear this headdress was that of their leader.
But why was I called to it?
It doesn't mention anything about anyone being drawn to it, simply that these people were drawn together for a mutual religious goal of some kind of great creature or great entity.
Doesn't say what kind of thing this thing was.
Not in any great detail, no. There are sections missing, though it appears they have been missing for some time. I can't imagine they'll be recoverable anywhere where we found this.
No, probably not. Out of curiosity, I'm gonna... And she kind of holds out her arm, and for the first time you two see the 3 lightning bolts on her arm that were not there before, on the charred arm. So all the stuff that was happening with my arm, this formed. I can't say it's my usual style, but I wonder if my arm led me to this headdress. Maybe there's something about this symbol in here too.
Yes, it's possible, I suppose. Something worth looking into.
You didn't always have that tattoo.
No, not this one.
When did it appear?
I think when we were... I only noticed it after the Brachus situation.
So it wasn't one that you received having returned from Celestia like the others?
No, this was after that.
Oh.
Aye.
Just from looking at it, does it look like a tattoo or does it look like a burn mark?
Yeah, that's all.
Is it like ink or is it like burn?
Scarification or ink.
It is not.
Body part.
It is not ink.
Oh, shit.
It is more a... It looks more like a branding without the burn marks and the scarring, if that makes sense. So it's more a discoloration of the skin due to, you know, like when you brand something like
char,
this.
yeah.
So it's not a char. Like, you know, if you burn yourself, like for a
Looks like cooked
short
bacon.
period, it looks like your skin is pinker than it normally is, or like darker than it normally is. That's what it looks like.
So
So
it's
it
just
looks...
like a deep blue kind of on my arm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your abilities, the arms, not
Hmm.
the arm, but the arms.
Aye.
Is that a common factor among your... Well, I suppose I don't even know if order is the right term.
Order is the right term. No?
Oh,
It's
so that's
no.
not something that they taught you.
No. They taught me how to tap into it and use it. But
Right.
it's not like they could all do that, no.
How do they know how to teach you if none of them could do it?
It's more of a tapping into your ki, the essence that pulses through your body. And in my case, it manifests as that. For others in the order, it would manifest as control over the elements.
I mean, I'm not sure much what I can offer other than abilities manifest themselves in several different ways. Mine, for example, are not voluntary. The eyes, that kind of thing, just kind of happens.
You didn't want that to happen? I thought that was like a thing you wanted to do.
I
It
much
is
prefer
quite
to
your style.
Well, I much prefer to remain inconspicuous. So having my eyes change into yellow slits is not the most subtle thing. I have ways of controlling it when I'm expecting it, but when I'm being a little bit more free with things, it just happens. A lot of my abilities just kind of happen. They're not so much studied. In fact, it's why Quintrith is probably so much further ahead of me. I've not had much need for them other than swindling rich folks for, well, over half a century. I'm a little bit behind the curve, it seems. But
I say that's a valid enough cause, to be honest, but
what I'm saying is, could this just be a manifestation of those powers? Or does it feel like something else?
it feels like it's too much of a coincidence for my arm to go numb as it did, to then when I tapped into my key and brought out my arms, the other arms, for it to work, and then for it to it makes me wonder why now, because I left the monastery some time ago and I've just been traveling since then, and it's almost been since I've started with you guys.
I was going to say, has anything significant happened to you in the past 2 weeks?
Oh, quite a few things, you know?
I mean, mine didn't kick in till Greenhouse, I don't think. I couldn't do what I do until there. It might be just battle, just the need to make yourself stronger.
I do think it is to some extent experience, because like I could do some of the stuff I do beforehand. That's what I was trained to do. But it's the changes in that since then. It's the interference from my arm. It's this mark. It's it guiding me towards random artifacts that are in a book that have the which is the same book that contains the information about the ring from
Yes,
when I was
there are
God knows how old. It
Well,
seems like too much of a
several
coincidence.
coincidences, actually, and generally when that happens, none of them are.
That's my thought. So I'm going to try and find this symbol.
Well, before you do, just I know there's a lot in this book, and very little of it is good news. But like I said, powers manifest themselves in many ways, and if you do find something, try not to concern yourself too much about it.
No, I'll try. I don't know. I think it's one of those things like I've been trying to find answers for so long, and they just seem to be getting further and further away. And more questions keep popping up.
Yes, certainly know how that feels.
Just been swallowed by a weird river monster, and all I can think about is what the hell is in this book. Like, priorities have shifted, that's for sure.
Well, I'll help in any way I can.
I appreciate that.
I'm gonna message. Sorry, go on.
No, it's good. It's what it's like when you're trying to save the world. We're just a bunch of people who don't know what the fuck to do or how they're going to do it. But hey, they made this too far.
I really, really wish you'd stop saying that.
What, saving the world? I mean, we are.
Yes, STW. Can we not?
It's a lot of pressure.
It's very hard to relax on a chaise longue when you're saving the world.
We're gonna have to get you an actual chaise longue, like.
Try it. I've actually become very good at making them, to be fair.
I will hop up onto the chaise longue.
This isn't my first grain sack chaise longue.
And then you can see Jove trying to spell out an S. Oh.
No, funny enough, it's a C. You should hear it in Inferno.
And then, Clovis, you said you were sending a message.
Yeah, I was just going to chuck a message up to Feathers.
Okay.
Everything okay? Everything okay up there? Spotted any trouble?
No trouble. There was thunder a while back, but nothing to report.
Yes, Ash seemed a little bit alarmed by that as well. We've just been discussing it. Everything okay?
Yes.
Yeah,
Insight check.
Okay, roll me an insight check.
On my voice?
Hey, it's not very often Feathers gives a one-word answer. Let's put it that way.
That's true.
Feathers, make me either a persuasion or a deception, whatever you're doing.
And I made that fondly. Ooh, 18.
Yeah, that beats that. Okay. Yeah, I got a 7.
Okay.
Oof.
What does he read from your one-word answer?
You can tell that I'm not okay. I mean, you probably can't tell. You can tell I'm annoyed and maybe a hint of fear. Just a teeny tiny unsure, sort of.
Okay. Pardon me, I'm just going to piss over the side, and I'll get up. That's not in a message. I'll say it to Ash, and
Yeah.
Okay.
and I'll get up and pop upstairs, and I'll nip to the back of the boat.
Okay. As you start walking up, Michael, what is it you're doing? I know you said you were having a short rest and writing in your journal.
Yeah.
As you coming from where you were this morning and the thoughts that were rushing through your mind this morning to now, tell me where you're at. What's going through your mind? And how does that then make you feel?
Well, there's a lot going through Michael's mind currently. Not only has he met the person that he has been looking for so long,
Me?
he's also met a bunch. Oh, come on! He's also met this group called the Fallen, that this mysterious voice, which he now knows is apparently a god. He's also fought like a sea monster of some kind, and he's now on a boat that falls into. Like, there's a lot. There's a lot. But in a way, it's, although it's he's being very cautious, but it's in a way sort of comfortable not being alone for the first time whilst traveling, because he's always been alone when he's traveled. So although he's cautious about everyone and sort of scoping things out silently for himself, he also feels relatively calm.
Okay.
But a couple of things run through his mind, especially the fact that he has now heard thunder twice in one day.
Okay. And you're just sat with your back toward on the edge of the boat, writing in your journal.
Yeah.
Okay. As you kind of like are writing and taking notes and taking on board everything that's happened, as you kind of like look around, you see that Feathers is still perched on top of the mast. You see that Azrael is kind of quite happy in himself. From what you know in this very brief moment, he looks quite comfortable at the helm of this ship thing. I keep calling it a boat because it's called a folding boat.
You can call it a boat.
Boat.
So, as
Only
you
you
kind of,
care.
I know,
Mr. Nautical Knowledge.
and as you kind of sit there and you're taking all this in during this time of respite, Clovis walks up from below deck, and you kind of like meet each other's eye line as you're kind of like sat taking notes.
All's well?
Yeah. I mean, as good as you could expect. I think it's the first time I've been on a ship. Then again, I honestly wouldn't know. But,
Well, they do come a lot nicer than this one, I'll be honest. But it's getting us from A to B. At least you can have a sit down.
well, everything all right down there?
Yes. Everything's fine. We're just going over a few items.
Right. Well,
You're
I'm
welcome
not gonna-
to join if you would help. Otherwise, would you mind just keeping an eye on things up here?
I mean, if I can be of any help, let me know. I don't mind staying up here either if you want your privacy.
You don't really strike me much as the bookish type. Would I be wrong, or?
Well, you are once again asking a man who has no clue whether it's a bookish type or not. Gathered I haven't read many books during my last 4 years, but I've also been traveling a lot. There's not been very many libraries where I've been. Or at least, I haven't really gone to a library.
I'd give it a skip. They're frightfully boring places.
Yeah, and you also can't read about. Oh gosh, I sound like a stalker. I promise I'm not. You can't read about air genocides in the local area.
Well, it depends if you know where to look, I'll be honest. But
Okay, that honestly makes you sound more strange than I am.
Looking through the classified section of the Outer Air Genasi,
No, I'm-
seeking strong orcish gentleman.
Can I just ask for a point of DM clarification? Does he know that I'm an Air Genasi? Does Michael know?
He has come across an Air Genasi before and
Okay.
would easily have made that.
Cool, good to know. I didn't know if it was
Connection.
because it's on my character sheet or not. Cool, good to know.
yes, well, if you'll excuse me, I just have to use the little boy's room.
Yeah, of course. So, quickly, did you need any help, or do you want me to stay? Just so I know where to.
Well, if you're not really partial to the academic types, you'll probably find it boring. You're welcome to do as you wish while you're here. We have no leaders or no hierarchy as such.
Okay. Well, good to know. I can give it a go. Sure. Who knows? I might be a genius.
Who knows? What a wonderful thing that would be to discover.
Yeah, right.
You need
Okay.
one of those in the party.
Close up my book. Close
be
up my
handy.
book and put my quill back inside my coat and
Okay.
head down.
No problem.
I'll continue to the back past Azrael.
Okay.
Handling her marvelously, I see.
Sorry, I didn't see you there.
Concentrating, were you?
Sure.
Good to know. If you could concentrate the other direction for about 30 seconds, that'd be lovely.
It's
And you see he starts undoing his fly.
it's best if you tie a rope, just in case.
Tie a rope to what?
Your waist.
Oh, I'm not going swimming, dear. I'm just relieving
No.
myself.
The water, in case there's a rogue wave or rapids and rivers.
I slowly just scan the nice gentle
Please.
river that we're
Yeah,
on.
it genuinely looks like it's just nice and gentle. There's no.
Grass.
Yeah.
I'll take my chances. It'll only take a moment. If you wouldn't mind. And Clovis turns his back to him and straightens his back off the side.
And he does.
After
Hard
a few,
turn.
after a few seconds.
Do you actually hard turn the boat?
Yeah.
Oh. He literally hard turns. I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh my fucking god.
What about me? I'm up like in a precarious position, dude.
Oh my
I'll
fucking
get to you.
8.
Oh my god!
Okay. Okay. So you kind of like straighten and kind of like shoved yourself right to the edge, you know, conscious of the fact that you don't want to kind of get drips on the side of the boat as you
yeah. I'm
Yeah,
fully
like right
extending
thing.
the back.
And as you kind of your toes touch the edge of the board of which you're kind of like pressed upon, feel the boat kind of shift from under you and your full weight go forward. The instant thought through your mind is, I'm going to fall into one of two streams here.
I immediately begin to twist.
As
Try
you
to twist myself.
do, and you fall into the water. Like,
Okay.
fall off the boat, boom, and hit the water. Feathers, you feel the shift, and you manage. You don't need to make a dexterity saving throw. You do fall off the mast, but a second later, you kind of like flap your wings and get back on. As you kind of like look back towards the back of the boat, you see Azrael laughing his head off as he kind of like steadies the boat back on its normal direction. Azrael, what do you do at this point as you see Clovis just go up? Overboard.
I'm gonna walk off, tie a knot into the rope, and just throw it out to Clovis.
Okay.
So he can pull himself back in.
Okay. Clovis. Fall off
Mhm.
and into the water. I'd like you to make me a perception check.
Fuck.
Oh, shit.
Uh-oh.
This prank has gone horribly wrong.
This is what I wrote in my notes. Astro is a twat.
What did you get?
Right, that's-
11.
11. Okay. As you hit the water, submerge, you sink down around 5-10 feet because of the height in which you fell into the water. And as you kind of like right yourself underwater and start moving yourself towards the surface, you swear you could see things move under the surface of the water. That doesn't stop you from swimming up, or does it? You kind of see, and what kind of like out the corner of your eye, shapes moving.
Clovis can swim, but does not like water creatures and things underwater. So that, if anything, the moment I see any movement or shadows moving around me, I'm going to do everything I can to put it out of my mind, take my mind to a different place, and swim up as quickly as I can.
Okay.
Not looking around to see if I can see anything else. I'm like, nope, that didn't happen. That didn't happen. Get out of here. Go, go, go.
Okay. You start swimming. Faster. And faster. And as you get to around 5 feet from the top, you feel something grab your leg.
Did I hear this? Him crashing into the water.
No, you've walked down. You've moved. You've got your stuff, and you've gone. The stairs were only around 5 feet away from you, so you've gone and started making your way down. Hold on a moment.
Don't need a music change, it's fine.
Music change, map change.
Oh shit, is there a map change?
Oh, no, yeah. Well, I don't know.
You feel something grab your leg and pull you down.
Okay.
Have I noticed that he's not come up yet?
As soon as something grabs me and starts pulling me down, I'm going to use a sorcery point to subtle spell cast message, because it removes all semantic and verbal components, so I can essentially just talk into someone's mind without actually having to talk. And I'll just say to Feathers, "Something's got me! Help!"
Fine. And I am hesitant, but I do fly towards him. I'm not flying down though. I'm flying straight back towards the back of the boat to see if I can see him from 25 feet up.
Okay.
I noticed that he's not come back up yet.
At this point, you do notice it. You throw the rope over, and you're giggling to yourself, and the rope hits the water. And he does not come to the surface as quick as you would imagine he would. Clovis, you send this message as you begin to be dragged down, and you fight against it and push and push.
It
drags
let me know when I'm on my next turn.
It drags you to around 10-15 feet. And as you feel your one leg be pulled down and you're just swimming against it, what do you want to do?
I will just I'll just think. I'll say no. it's not going to be this easy. And I will almost like just go down and almost to like punch whatever's grabbing on my leg. And as I do, I will activate the ring that I got from Quintris. And I will try to cast banishment on whatever is grabbing my feet.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
So it needs to make a charisma saving throw. DC 15.
It
Okay.
can't be that charismatic. It's a fish.
Hopefully it's a fish.
Okay. You, with all your might, force it down and push, and as you do and you release the spell, the grip does not loosen on your foot. You then feel your other leg get grabbed
Oh, fuck.
Fuck's sake.
and pull you
If Feathers
another 5-10 feet down. Feathers, you fly over. Azrael, what do you want to do?
I'm running to drop anchor. This has gone horribly wrong.
Okay.
You think
Azrael,
so?
you run to drop anchor. Okay. Feathers, you fly over and you just see
Bubbles. Fine. I mean, I have to do something, and I fly down as far as I can. If
going
I
into the
can
water.
reach- yeah, if I can reach him, I'll reach him.
Well, you've flown from the mast over, so you're at least 30 feet from the surface of the water, so you're diving in at this point, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do I get
Clovis,
to him before the end of the turn?
are you dashing? Water, unless you are an aquatic individual and have a
Yes.
swim speed of 30, you won't get to him with that
I will
dash
dash.
because 30 feet to the 30 feet
That's
to
the
the
surface,
water, and then it's still, I
15
believe
feet
it's
after,
15 after, and you boomf. However, I will say that given the height of 30 feet and diving down with the help of gravity, I will allow you an extra 5 feet into the
Okay.
water. Clovis, you hear this tremendous from above as you're getting pulled down. What do you want to do?
Okay. Not liking this.
As you look up, though, you see feathers swimming down towards you.
Did I catch a sight of any of what it was when I reached down to punch it? Did I get it? Am I looking at tentacles? Am I looking at hands?
As you're getting pulled deeper and deeper down, the water gets darker and darker. No, natural light doesn't travel as far as you would like. You don't get the grip. It doesn't feel like something is
Dark
wrapped.
vision.
It doesn't feel like anything's wrapped around your leg. It feels like something has a grip on your leg.
Have
don't like
I
that at all.
successfully dropped the anchor now?
Hey, I'm getting to your turn next.
Okay. Then I will think to myself, because I can't talk out loud and quit underwater like I usually do. But he will think to himself, well, if new tricks don't work, let's try an old one. And I will twin spell a vortex warp, just because I think there's now two things grabbing my ankles.
Mhm.
And I'll aim them at both of the hands, both of the whatever's grabbing both of my ankles. I'll cast it twice.
Mm-hmm.
Vortex warp, and I'll just try and send them down, like back down the lake behind us, or down the
Okay.
river behind us.
You. Do they need to make a save to be vortex?
They
warped?
do need to make a save if they're unwilling.
Oh yeah, please, let's go. That's why to lift.
It's a Constitution save,
Mm.
and the
Okay.
DC is 15.
Okay. 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 I love this dice.
I don't.
Yeah, none of us do.
Oh,
So the first roll
Mm,
was a 17 or an 18,
yeah.
and the second roll
+1 as well.
was a 14 for a 15.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Okay, Clovis is you see these kind of flashes and cracks ripple through the water as you're swimming down, and you can see as none of this is taking effect, and Clovis is getting darker and further away from you. You see he's thrashing a lot more.
Okay.
Starting to panic.
Given that and the thrashing and panic, I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw, please, for holding your breath.
Get help, please!
14.
Okay. You manage to hold your breath, but it is getting harder to do so the more you thrash. Azrael, you manage to get to the anchor and throw the anchor overboard. The ship starts slowing down. You know how an anchor works. It doesn't stop immediately. The ship starts slowing down. As you turn around and race back to the back of the boat, you see that where Clovis actually went in is now 30 to 40 feet away from you and gaining in distance.
I'm going to Misty Step.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, no. Fuck that. I'm going to cast Jump first, using a charge.
Mm-hmm.
I'm then going to use that because that triples my jumping distance.
Does.
Which I can get 40, well, not 38, 40 feet now. So as I'm running, I draw the sword, sort of grip the handle, the charge goes into me, and as I step off the back of the boat, I use that momentum to try and push myself through the water towards where I saw Clovis go in.
You wouldn't be able to, you wouldn't, yeah, so you're trying to dive.
Yeah.
The jump can't propel you in a straight line, like, down from the angle that you're in.
No, but like a long jump towards where we went in.
So you do that and you expend a charge and you launch yourself off. You travel the 40 feet to where you believe he went in. And in and through the water.
Do I see him? From where I am?
That would take an action to search. And I believe the charge of jump is also an action, so you would not. So we'll have to get back to you on the next round.
Can I use my movement then to go further down?
Yeah, so you've got another 15 feet left. After dropping the anchor and running to the back of the boat, you have another 15 feet.
Yeah.
Okay. You start swimming down.
And if I still can't just see him from a quick scan, I'm going to Misty Step further down.
It's like a bonus action?
That is a bonus action.
But you've cast jump as a spell, you won't be able to do that in your single action.
It's cool, you're there.
Okay.
It's going well. No,
it's not.
Okay.
It is.
Okay,
Feathers.
Have you never been for a piss in D&D? This kind of thing always happens. So I go off and walk away to the toilet. This is inevitably what happens every time.
You spot Clovis, who spells, and you see it kind of illuminate an area below him, ever so slightly as these spells hit his legs, but you see that he's being dragged further down. What do?
As it's illuminated and I can see the creature,
No, you don't see the creature. It illuminates it ever so slightly to show his figure as to, below you as to where he is. You don't see the figures.
That works still.
Yeah.
Like, so I know that I'm not aiming at him, I'm aiming below him because he illuminated. I am going to try and... I'm going to try an Eldritch Blast without the use of my boomerang. Again, this is only the second time I've done this, and the first time didn't work out well, so I'm going to try and aim my 2 shots of Eldritch Blast in the area below the illuminated Clovis.
Okay. I'd need you to make me 2 attack rolls with disadvantage because you're not aiming at anything in particular.
That's fair enough. So Eldritch Blast is +8. So
No whammies. No whammies.
good dice, right? That is 26.
Okay.
With disadvantage.
Oh no. That is a 26 because the next one was better.
Okay, that's
So-
good, yeah. Sick.
Hell
Okay,
yeah.
and the second one with
The
disadvantage as
second
well,
one
please.
is- that wasn't that one, so it can't
Okay.
get any worse. So that was a 9. The second one was a 9.
That's okay. I'd like you to roll me
Okay, so that one.
damage with both, please.
Oh,
Mhm.
Yep, so it's the
That's how we are.
damage
No,
on the
it's-
first one.
Yep.
that's a D10. That is 10 plus 5, so that is 15
On the first one.
on the first one,
Okay.
and it gets knocked 10 feet, or was it 5 feet backwards?
Okay.
10 feet
10.
backwards.
Fine. And the second lot of damage, please.
That is only a 7,
7.
and another 10 feet backwards.
Okay. You unleash your first Eldritch Blast as the light from Clovis's spells dims. The first one, you are accurate in where you're shooting it, and it goes below. And you see it crackle against something about 5 to 10 feet below Clovis, not immediately below. It crackles, and you see this, through the crackle of this energy, this figure just sink further down and go out of sight. Clovis, as you're struggling and you start struggling, you feel one of your legs come free and you start kicking, and as you kick and look up towards the surface, you are cracked with this eldritch energy, and you take 7 points of damage, and you are forced another 10 feet down.
Dan, have we noticed the boat slowing, noise outside, anything going on?
I'm coming to that.
Okay.
This is the top of the thing. Don't worry.
Cool.
I'm getting to it.
I'm getting
As-
tense.
I
3
know.
minutes later.
As the second leg gets knocked free and you get blasted with this energy and forced down, whatever's holding your other leg, seemingly of its own volition, lets go.
Can
You
I-
are, however, now around 50 to 60 feet below the surface of the water.
Okay.
Can I use my bonus action?
Mm-hmm.
Can I bonus action Misty Step down
Sure.
towards him?
You can. Yeah, you... And as you...
Right.
So... Yes, you can reach him with your bonus action, Misty Step, 30 feet, yes.
Okay, and then I've still got my movement now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to try, once grabbing him, I'm going to try and propel myself as far upwards as I can propel myself.
Okay. Clovis, you are forced further down, your legs go free, and as you kind of like start struggling for breath and you feel the strain on your lungs, Feathers appears in front of you and grabs you around the arm or wherever she can gain purchase and starts frantically kicking towards the surface. What do you want to do? Do you want to... I assume you want to go and start bolting to the surface as well.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. You both start shooting upwards.
But I'm keeping it. I'm looking. I'm kicking my legs. I'm looking below me to see if anything's coming up.
Okay. I need you to make me another Constitution saving throw, please, because you have now held your breath for a long time.
Can I be that player as well? Because Eldritch Blast is verbal.
Mine isn't.
Yours isn't.
Don't believe so.
Not the
Sick then. Never mind.
So, con save.
12.
Okay.
6 and 6.
You through so much strain and forcing upwards, you and take water. You have lost your breath. You are, however, only 20 feet from the surface. However, you do take... Oh, that dice rolled off, so let's roll it to there. You take 8 points of damage as you slowly start... Well, there's no other way of putting this. You slowly start to drown as you are under the water. Azrael, you see these flashes of light underneath. The other 3...
Yep.
You now start to notice that the boat is slowing, but you don't hear anything. You don't hear a commotion. There's no crashing or anything like that. There's nothing to alert you.
So we didn't feel a hard turn either.
You felt the turn.
Fell off.
You felt the turn, but you felt it's almost as if when it's not when I mean a sharp turn, a boat doesn't turn on an axis like whack.
No,
you sharp turned it, and the weight of the boat moving. When you're below decks, you'll have just felt a sway. But because he's at the back of the boat, with the way that the boat moved, the weight made him fall over. But you do feel that the boat starts to slow, as such. As you get down, Azrael, and you see the explosion of spells. And you do see Clovis and Feathers start making their way to the surface. What do you want to do?
I'm going to get to Clovis and not think in a nice way, thinking he'll be more help than Feathers in a situation like this. Try and help heave Clovis up.
Okay.
Even when he's fixing his mistakes, he's still just a dick about it, isn't he?
Here's how this goes. Clovis, you will gasp out and take water on. As you two, and as you two continue to make your way up, Clovis, your eyes start to blur as you begin to pass out due to the lack of oxygen. As Azrael, you grab hold of him, and you and Feathers manage to make it to the surface just in time. As you break the surface, Clovis, and this torrent of water explodes from your mouth. You gasp for air as you both breach the water's surface.
Back on the ship! Back on the ship!
I put him back on the ship, but as soon as I put him down the ship,
down, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I suppose we're going.
We're like in the water,
swimming
towards it. Like.
Yeah, so you guys swim as fast as you can, and the first thing that you get to is the back of the boat, and you manage to grasp a hold as the boat is slowing down. As you three in the hull are sat feeling this slowing of the boat, you hear thump, thump, thump on the hull of the boat behind you as they grab hold of it, and the sound of them grasping on is you can't mistake it. It's a thump.
Worried that something's boarding the boat, Ash is going to look to go pick up Apathy, but realizes there's no fucking point and just runs up to the back of the boat.
Okay. Michael and Joe, what are you doing?
Yeah, sort of following suit, slightly annoyed because he's just taken his breastplate off, but yeah, hearing hands against the hull, he's going to pick up his axe and make his way up with her.
Okay.
Yeah, same. I'm going to follow along as well.
Okay. As you all three race to the top of the stairs, the first thing, an immediate thing, extremely noticeable, is nobody else is on the boat.
Where the fuck?
How long were we down there?
Not long.
Clovis!
I'm gonna run to the back of the boat where I heard the...
Yeah, that's where I'm running anyway, to the back of the boat.
As you all race to where you heard the noise and look over, you see in the water, just holding on, is Azrael is holding the back of the boat with Feathers as Clovis is being held by the both of them. in the water, being dragged by the motion of the boat in the river.
What
What
the
the
hell?
actual?
I cast levitate on the almost passing out Clovis and raise him to the boat.
Okay.
I also let go of Clovis and let go of the boat and just fly up.
Okay.
I thought you said you could bloody sail.
I can.
As I leave you in the water and get onto the boat.
Yeah, I'm going to use the rope that I threw to Clovis to climb back up.
Okay.
Fuck you guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and pull that rope up as well and sort of.
Okay.
Oh, goodness me.
You all managed to make it back onto the boat.
Apologies for that, everyone. I seem to have lost my footing.
What the fuck happened?
Feathers is just going to roll her eyes, shake her feathers, shake the water off her feathers, and go back to her bloody pole up there.
I fell overboard. I
Glares
apologise.
widely at Feathers as she just fucks off, saying nothing, and then looks to Ash with a sort of knowing nod, and then turns back to the rest of them. How do you lose your footing on a ship? It's barely moving.
Waves.
Rapids.
No.
Rapids. Waterfalls. Things like that.
Right.
Azrael.
As he's saying this, Azrael sort of eyes Clovis.
Yeah, he shoots a glance at you as well. I'm fine. Something is down there, though. I wouldn't recommend going for a swim.
Can I look back into the water? I know
Yes.
there's obviously water distortion, but
Yep.
I can see through all kinds of darkness.
Make me a perception check, please. As you walk to the back of the boat and look out on the river.
Nat 20.
Okay.
Let's go.
As you look out, you see the distortion in the river.
Yeah.
And a moment or two later, multiple heads of these large frog-like, toad-like heads all pop up just above the water, all kind of looking to the back of the boat before
Fucking slots.
sinking back beneath
Better
the
not be.
surface.
Can I still see them?
Better fucking
Like,
not be.
do they seem like they are following along, or
You
are
see that they go beneath the water and then just continue to dive down. You see that they are weirdly somewhat humanoid in shape.
Fuck!
Here's a weird ass
Pricks.
question
No,
because
no.
I don't know what my character knows, but would I know what this is?
Nope.
Like, is
Never
there-
seen. No. It's you just know you've never seen anything like this. You see that they are almost like humanoid frog creatures that start diving down beneath the surface and below the water.
Okay, well maybe not take a swim.
And we're
Again,
we're
because-
talking a good 10, 15, 20 of them. Some you
This-
see above and on the water, and then you just see this mass of these creatures just dive down.
There's a whole lot of strange shit right there.
For
Bunch
future.
of frog creatures.
Frog creatures.
Humanoid.
I didn't get a good look on them, but
Frogs, toads, I don't know. Very strange. Like 20 of them.
goodness me. Well, a lucky break then. Thank you, Fifth. Where's Feathers?
Back to a sulking post.
Is she back up the top of the mast?
She said in her head, she said, I think you might be right. These assholes would be the death of me if... Yeah.
Looking to the two of them as they're like salad dripping, we're like, why did none of you tell us? Three of us were down there and none of you said fucking anything.
Well, my main concern was stopping the ship, so we had somewhere to come back to.
Well, that's fine, but could you not have just gone, help, man overboard? That's typically what a captain does, isn't it?
Now then, let's all calm down. I'm
No,
fine.
let's not calm down. You nearly
Clovis, your
died.
fly's undone. Sort yourself out.
Clovis's suit looks a little bit too big for him now that it's like kind of waterlogged, and he kind of just like sloppily, he's like.
I'm gonna press the
His
digitation
boots still
close
dry.
to make him
Okay.
not waterlogged.
Okay, so you prestidigitate him dry.
Yeah. It's just gonna see steam come up as I just move my hand like in front of him.
Oh, that is marvelous. See, everything turned out wonderful. I haven't been able to get this suit turned in days. All turned out for the best.
The better question is...
I'm just looking at Jove like, what the fuck is going on?
Like he looks back and then looks to him again. It's like, can we all stop acting like fuck all just happened? You fell over the ship. There's things following us. No one said anything to us while we were down there. Any better words than just it worked out fine?
Why were you all down there?
Who did this? Why were you water to begin with?
I was having a pee. We reached an unexpected curve in the river.
You didn't want to
I lost
wear
my
a safety rope.
Or is the river like a straight line? Is there anywhere to actually turn? Are we on a straight bend of river and there's no reason to turn?
I mean, the river's quite wide in its... I mean, this part of the river that you're on traveling, it is quite wide.
Right.
Look, I'm okay. I apologize for having worried everyone. I'll be more careful. I should have taken Azrael's advice.
I thought I saw something in the water. I didn't know what it was, so I turned to avoid it.
So it's your fault he fell.
Can I insight check Azrael?
Sure. Make an insight check. Azrael, I need you to make me a persuasion or deception check.
Ooh.
23.
Oh, no!
Oh.
22. I was about to say, I love it that I keep rolling good on insight. It really fits in my character. But it's like, oh no, okay, never mind.
High charisma, baby.
Mm-hmm. Same Z's.
You don't get a read on him, really. It seems that he's telling the truth. He just was avoiding something in the river.
Look, I didn't mean to interrupt everyone's business or anything like that. Perhaps we can think of a safe word that we call out if anyone's in danger. Didn't we have something like that before?
Bananas.
Wasn't it bananas?
It's the word help.
Aye.
Yes. Sorry for the new arrivals. We have a safe word, and it's bananas. If anything goes wrong, just shout bananas.
Feather's up in a sulking post. She hears the word bananas and closes her eyes.
You're right, fellas.
Yeah, that's what we're supposed to do when you say bananas.
Oh yes, no, that was right. That was the other thing. We'll have a discussion about this. Clearly, one is needed.
Mm-hmm.
I still think help.
With her.
Do you know what? That's not bad. Everyone okay? I'll be fine. Don't worry.
Jove's tusks are literally jutting out as far as humanly possible. The angriest fucking look you have seen in a very long time. As he sort of stands there, he just like up swings at one of the banisters and just takes a piece off as he like turns back to you and goes, "Can we just stop fucking trying to die?" Like,
if you're going near the edge, I recommend a rope, just in case.
And maybe not dismantling the boat while we're on it, Jove.
oh, you got something to say now, do you, Feathers?
I have a lot to say. Have you got something
Oh, well,
to say,
please,
Grumpy?
Bear with us.
Can we not?
What? Can we not what, Clovis?
Started it.
Have pointless arguments when there's nothing wrong. Look,
Sure, you just died. There's nothing wrong. Let's just carry on like nothing happened.
I didn't die though, did I, Jeff?
Almost.
Thanks
Almost.
to Feathers.
Died back there as well.
Feathers was the one who saved me.
Didn't ask for help though, did she? You could have all just drowned. We wouldn't have known about it until the boat fucking stopped.
So I shouldn't have saved him?
You should have
Well,
called
what exactly is your issue?
that you didn't tell us that Clovis had fallen overboard and nearly drowned. That's
Because he fell overboard, I went to him. I'm sorry, my first thought when someone is overboard isn't you. Okay?
Jove takes another massive swing at more banister and like more people just go, and he just like, I'm gonna be in the grain place downstairs, and like you audibly hear his footsteps just like all the way down into the grain hold.
Okay.
We're gonna end up with holes in this boat if we keep stomping like that.
Michael's just gonna go down as well.
Okay.
Thanks for getting me out, Ash.
I didn't do anything. Glad you're okay.
I had
I'll
it.
be, I'll be down again shortly.
I'm just gonna stay up here for a moment. And she kind of walks to the stern of the ship and just... You can see that there's like this rigidity in her posture, and she's just gonna walk off and just kind of look kind of out and just kind of just try and almost meditate.
Can you get the anchor?
I'm gonna throw you off this fucking ship. Those frogs myself.
So as Ash kind of walks away and just everyone else is left, Feathers is off from her thing, and it's just Azrael and Clovis standing there for a minute. Clovis is just going to stop and not move, just looking at him for like 3 or 4 seconds in silence.
I told you you need a rope.
Lesson learned. And I'll walk off, and I'll...
As he does, Azrael put his hand on his shoulder.
You throw me off again, are you?
Oh. Maybe a conversation is needed.
You're just lucky that some of us here are game for hijinks and pranks. It's a good one.
Told
A
you,
little poorly timed, but...
avoiding something in the water.
You do that again, I'll put you there myself.
Fuck him up.
And he holds your gaze for a little bit and waits for a response. Don't think I can.
He'll rest his hand on his shoulder. He'll lay on hand you for those 8 points that you lost.
Cool. Thank you. We're not even. And I'll walk off.
Okay. For the sake of brevity.
Well, I did want to kind of lean up against the mast.
Okay.
Just speak up to, not like speak quietly under my breath, but in message form so that she can hear me clearly. Just up to Feathers. Thank you. I knew I could count on you.
Well, I can count on you. I can count on you guys to get me into trouble. That's for sure.
Well, we'll be fine getting into trouble so long as you're around to help us. Partner.
You don't hear a response to it.
I'll look up at her. Is she looking down at me or is she just looking off?
I am looking out. She's done. for today. She's wet. She doesn't like to be wet. She's had a day.
Okay, yeah. I'll say to her, everything okay, right? You seem a little out of sorts.
Everything's fine, Clovis. There's no need to worry about me.
Be back in 1 minute.
Oh.
Oh.
No, you guys carry on.
Well, even if there is no need, I'm here if you need anything. I'll just head sort of on my way back down. I'll just shout out to Ash. I'll continue if you wish.
I'll be down in a minute. And like there's a break to her voice as though like she's trying to hold in tears because she's overwhelmed. I'll be done in a minute, don't worry. Yeah, you carry on.
Very well. I'll head down.
Okay. Ash, you walk off and stand at the stern of the boat, as you say. What's going through your mind?
Predominantly, the main thing going around her head over and over again is it's so much easier not to care. It's so much easier to be on your own, to deal with yourself, to not have to worry about other people getting into mess, and to rely on people communicating, and this frustration that she wasn't able to help whatever happened, even if Clovis is being flippant about it. And just, it's one of the, it was like, it's almost like the straw that broke the donkey's back in a way, and she's kind of getting to the point with like realizing everything that has happened the past couple of weeks, from Celestia to like all of the run-ins, to being swallowed by that creature, to her arm, to Valmir, to everything. It's literally just hit her with these guys arguing, and that's almost like been the spark to set her off. And so she's just taken herself away and is trying not to start crying.
Okay.
And so she's kind of breathing in, thinking about the grandfather tree, thinking about the moment where it felt like a bit of a weight was off her shoulders when she told Vincis about everything that had happened to her. And it's just trying to focus on that memory, even though the last time she did it, she wasn't able to. She's just trying to reach back to that calm place, but there's still kind of tears kind of streaming down her eyes.
You do go back to that place in your mind. And it's almost like a coping mechanism for Ash to be in that place. The first place she ever truly felt safe.
Mm-hmm.
And putting you and your mind back to kind of disassociate with everything that's in the present, to be in that past moment. And you hold on to it for a few minutes. And you do feel that you do compose yourself. You're able to keep the emotion in check in the way that you were taught to harness it and to keep it and to use it to your own advantage in a lot of ways. And you do spend a few moments there until you are calm enough. Oh, not calm by any stretch, but calm enough to be able. And as you kind of like come round, you see that it seems you've been there for some time. The day is turning into night. And for the sake of brevity, you guys finish up the day. Get yourselves food. Take it in turns, keeping watch on top of the boat with Azrael at the helm. You all bed down to get an evening's rest. Feathers, you stay up top until evening turns into night. Michael, Ash, and Clovis, you guys are the first, after the days you've had, to fall into a sleep.
Mhm.
Jove, you...
Are we sailing through the night, or are we mooring the boat?
For the sake of brevity and the time limit that you guys have got, I'm not going to recommend you guys do anything. That's up to you. But the time limit and everything, it's up to you guys. What do you want to do? Do you want to moor, or do you want to continue through the night?
If one of us is staying up for a watch, it doesn't make sense that we stop the boat.
Yeah.
Whoever's staying up for the watch has to steer the boat as well.
Yeah.
Well, you can take it in turns throughout the night.
Cool.
That's fine. So you guys do that throughout the night. The night itself goes without incident in the most part. What I mean by that is...
Mhm.
Ash. Give me a second.
Oh god, that's not the name I was
No.
expecting.
You feel yourself... This is a weird track. I don't know why this is on one. This is not the track I
was
wanted.
like,
This is the
she's
one.
gonna have a lovely dream.
No dream.
Well, it kind of sounds
I
a little
clicked-
bit
Have a
ominous as
dream
well.
about the tweez.
I clicked the wrong one. You fall into a deep sleep. You go through everything that you described in your head, in your dream, everything you've been through, Celeste, or Mir, you know, everything that you've been through, your arm, it's everything. And your eyes open. And you'll lay down in a green meadow. You look up. And the sky is dark. You stand. And for miles around, you're in open grassland. Slight hills and troughs to it, but there is no discernible feature. No forests, no mountains, no buildings, no cities, no rivers, just a sea of grass. The wind around you starts to pick up, and you see the grass swirl and move under the force of this torrent of air swirling around you, and you feel your hair start to twirl as well. And as you look up to the horizon, this dark black mass of cloud starts edging itself in your direction. The wind begins to get cold. You feel a sudden familiarity close by. as you turn and look directly to your left, Michael, as you stand on this open grass plain, watching this cloud echo from the horizon and look to your right as yours and Ash's gaze lock, you hear rumbling off in the distance. As you both turn and look, the dark cloud starts crackling, and light and lightning starts echoing throughout the cloud. You look at each other once more, unsure of what's happening. As you both avert your gaze back, the cloud almost upon you, a sudden crack and crackle of energy echoes and lights up the sky and the cloud within it. And you both see silhouette of something in the clouds, made up of darkness, humanoid in shape, from the torso up, with huge shoulders and arms. The energy crackles from both sides of the cloud to make the silhouette clear. And the ground seems to rock suddenly, and as it does, you both open your eyes in the hull of the boat, and it's the rock of the boat, and you both, eyes open, bolt upright at the exact same moment.
My sword's out. It's in my hand.
In the meantime, Feathers.
Yeah.
You're up on the tip of the mast.
Uh-huh.
As the evening rolls towards night. It's nearly time. Are you ready?
Are you sure? He called me partner, and it makes. Are you sure we have to do this?
Brothers, I told you they can't be trusted. This will end in both yours and my demise. You have a choice to make. It's them, or it's us. Decide. Decide. Decide! And as this echo reverberates around your mind, fade. Your eyes go dark. Azrael, at the helm, you look up and see Feather's form fall from the mast down towards the boat.
Do I have time to capture?
And that is where we're going to end tonight's session.
Dude!
Oh my god!
Fucking crazy!
Yeah. Holy shit, right?
Yeah, that was fucking great.
That's one way to say it.
Holy shit.
WTF is another way.
Guys at home, don't go anywhere. Stay right where you are. We will be raiding another D&D channel. We need to go and show these other communities our support, our love. Show them how the Tales on Tap community get down. Don't know why I did it like that.
I have a suggestion, Dan.
Yeah, you did redeem your points, so it has to...
You redeemed?
However,
I didn't do shit. That wasn't me.
Someone did.
oh, who redeemed their channel points to suggest there was redeem
Was
guide the raid? That's come from you.
yeah, you put the clothes thing. You might have done it by accident.
You may have done it by accident.
Oh.
Anyway,
I was
Better your channel
why
points.
did I get this? Why did I get this one?
anyway,
I thought
so
someone else had sent it.
let's do this. Cool, let's do that. Guys, you guys at home, thank you so much for tuning in. Make sure that you join us on Friday on YouTube. Today's session will go up by around 7 p.m. GMT over on YouTube on Friday. Stay where you are. We're going to raid a channel called Penny Dragon Games. They look like they're having a lot of fun. So go in there, show them what we're all around, show that support. Again, I can't thank you enough. But oh, why did that not work? Hold on.
We can't thank you enough for joining us
difficulties.
this evening for this
We love
wild
you
adventure
guys.
of nearly drowning from taking a pee over the side of a boat.
Probably teenager
There we go.
birds. Yeah.
Guys, there we go. It's all done. Thank you again. Thank you so much. Let's go and raid that channel, show them all the love and support, and we will see you all next week. Thanks for tuning in. Bye.
Peace.
Bye.
Bye.